Many of us have watched this program develop over the years, from Flight 1 in a spinning explosion to Flight 2 with almost reaching its suborbital trajectory. We now stand on the cusp of what might be a near fully successful, if not totally successful, test flight. This once again marks the next step in our journey to the stars. Maybe one day, sooner than later, we'll go back to the moon and on to Mars. Good, very early morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nate, and welcome to the Starship Flight 3 test. Now, my webcam appears to have disappeared for some reason. Very funny that that's happened, because that would do it. Aha, there we are. So, good morning. It is 5:19 a.m. local time, about T-minus 1 hour 41 minutes to launch. The window for today's launch opens at 7 a.m. It's a 110-minute launch window from Starbase, Texas. Now, there is a bit of a change in today's flight plan. Starship is looking to splash down off the coast of the Indian Ocean, or not the coast, not the coast, off the coast of Australia, near the Indian Ocean. So, we're gonna do a little review here of what is hopefully going to happen today. Assuming everything goes well, it looks like SpaceX does have a high confidence of things going very well today, with the exception of maybe weather. So there is a chance that this does get pushed back to. There's a backup opportunity tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. So, um, there should be enough time for me to do coverage of this, of whenever their next attempt is. I may have to wrap today's coverage a little short. Hopefully they launch near the beginning of the window, and we will hopefully just see this thing be pretty successful overall. I mean, worst case, I have to wrap it up early, and I will, there's plenty of streams to go and watch and stuff like that. Anyways, I'm gonna stop yapping. I am a little tired, but I did make coffee, so we should be good to go here. Assuming all goes well. Nice. Okay, so let's talk about a little bit what we're gonna see today on Starship's third flight test. So, about T-minus 1 hour 15 minutes. So that would be 5:45 local time, Central Standard Time. The flight director will conduct a poll, a no-go poll, for prop load. Hopefully, I believe this should include weather. So, if they're considering a scrub for the day, maybe they will decide by then. With that said, it does look like they are spooling up the tank farm. So they will probably be going for this today. So at T-minus 53 minutes, the ship liquid oxygen load begins. This is a little bit different from what we've seen in the past. So they're starting with the ship locks, and at T-minus 51 minutes, the liquid methane load. So the ship will start to load first. Between Flight 2 and Flight 3, there have been several upgrades to the tank farm. They did do a wet dress rehearsal a few days ago, and basically cut the fueling time in half from what we've seen in the past. So things are going to move a lot quicker. With that said, it seems like the booster might actually fill up even faster than the ship now, which is ridiculous considering how much propellant's in there. But to kind of compensate, it looks like they're starting to fuel the ship first. Now, the reason I'm a little worried about it, but it seems like they've already done it, so it should be okay. because in the past, when there was a kind of imbalance in the fuel loading, with the very early prototypes, they did have a crumble with that. I think it was SN3? I could be wrong. I want to say it was SN1 or SN3. I think SN3 had a crumbling issue. Somebody can fact check me on that, or I'll fact check myself later and add it in like the YouTube comments, because I will put the VOD up pretty much as soon as the stream is done, unless they don't go up today. In that case, I'm not gonna just sit there and waste time. Anyways, so continuing with fueling, T minus 42 minutes, the booster LOX load will go underway. T minus 41 minutes, we'll see the booster fuel load. And now that will continue all the way up until the next milestone at T minus 19 minutes 40 seconds, where they begin Raptor engine chill. So they have to kind of send some propellant through the Raptor engines to start bringing them down to temperature, because if they're not at the right temperature, when they try and go full throttle, there's a chance of something breaking, pretty much, because of the temperature difference. So they have to bring them down to the right temperature first. Now that will continue all the way to the next milestone at T minus 30 minutes 30 seconds. Where yes, engine chill will still be happening. A lot of this happens simultaneously. To where the booster propellant load ends, and then at T minus 2 minutes 50 seconds, we'll see the ship complete its propellant load. Now, that will continue. Because in the past, they had a hold mark at T minus 40 seconds. They could hold for 15 minutes. But now that they're able to load propellant faster, they might be able to hold for longer. I'm not sure if that hold mark is still at T minus 40 seconds. We will find out when the SpaceX goes live in roughly about an hour from now. So where are we at? So at T minus 30 seconds, the flight director will verify go for launch. So that's kind of their final go no go statement. And then from there, it's based on the computers. And so at T minus 10 seconds, the flame deflector activates with the water deluge from underneath. T minus 3 seconds will begin the ignition sequence, and then 0 seconds. Excitement guaranteed. Hopefully liftoff. Or the largest non-nuclear explosion ever. Whichever comes first. Hopefully the former. So, now, luckily, they've added a flight test timeline, which is very detailed. I love to see it. So at T plus 2 seconds, we should see liftoff. So it should take about 5 seconds from Raptor ignition to getting off the pad. Now, the hold down clamps are released in advance on Starship. So what makes it go up is simply having enough engines for a thrust weight of higher than 1. Which is, it seems kind of risky to me, because if you're going to have a problem, then I don't know, like, they should be able to shut things down, but we haven't really seen that yet, so I don't know. Hopefully all goes well. But that's always kind of been I'm sure nothing will go wrong, right? Anyways, so now continuing at T plus 52 seconds, we'll see max Q. I want to say it was at 51 seconds last time. I could be wrong about that. I'd have to go back and watch. So that will be the peak aerodynamic stress happening on the rocket. It's a combination of your velocity, the air density, I want to say vehicle area. I'd have to double check that. There's a lot I need to double check, but basically the aerodynamic forces are highest. Will be highest at T plus 52 seconds. Next we'll have the booster MECO, not main engine cutoff, most engines cut off. At T plus 2 minutes 42 seconds, followed by the probable violent event of hot staging at T plus 2 minutes 44 seconds. And then at 2 minutes 55, we'll have Boostback startup, which we've seen this before. This is about the point where the booster exploded last time. Now that Boostback burn will last for almost a minute, about 55 seconds, and shut down at 3 minutes 50 seconds. At 6:36, we'll see the transonic, the booster being transonic, followed by a landing burn at 6:46. Now, it doesn't look like there is a re-entry burn like they do for Falcon 9. It seems like it's they'll have a Boostback burn and then just final landing burn, which is weird, but we'll see how this goes. A little bit different than what we were used to seeing. Now the landing burn will shut down at 7 minutes and 4 seconds into flight, with a hopeful soft splashdown. Fingers crossed. I hope the booster doesn't explode. That'd be cool. Pretty cool. Now 8 minutes 35 seconds into flight, we'll see Starship engine cutoff. And at that point, they are now coasting towards the Indian Ocean. At this point, there's a lot of tests they have to do. Some for the Artemis program, some for making sure their system actually works. So at 11:56 into flight, they will do a payload door test. Right now, Starship is only designed for Starlink satellites. It's kind of got this like Pez dispenser mechanism for the Starlink V2 sets. Which, I mean, they have to test. At some point, they're going to have a different payload door design. I assume it's going to be like a nose cone hinge or something like that. Either that or some sort of like space shuttle style cargo bay that opens. Because they're going to need to be able to launch different payloads, especially when Starship is more than large enough to handle it. But that will be an issue for them down the road, I'm sure. What am I talking about? So, at 24:31, they'll do a propellant transfer demo. Now, this is crucial. This is a milestone for NASA. They haven't really said on what this is. The assumption is it's going to be between the header and main tanks. Now, what I don't know is which way is the propellant going. I assume they fuel up the headers on the ground and then have some transfer into the main, because they're not doing a landing burn for Starship. So that's what that's how I would assume it to be. That way they have the full mass. But I don't know. And we'll find out more details as we kind of get into the official webcast here in about an hour. Now they are going to perform a relight demo to simulate a deorbit burn at 40 minutes and 46 seconds into flight. This should... Now, the relight demo, I'm not sure if it's pointing a prograde or retrograde, meaning if it's pointing in the direction of its velocity, so adding onto it, or in the opposite direction, so subtracting. Either way, there's a very long re-entry corridor in the Indian Ocean. I want to say basically that's for if the relight demo doesn't work, Starship will still splash down in that kind of valid region. So the burn should only be a couple seconds then, I would imagine. It shouldn't be very long. I do think it's a single engine burn though, so we'll see. That's not confirmed, but that is based off of a single engine, what's it, static fire? I believe they did, or was it spin prime? I want to say it was static fire. I'm gonna have to like add little timestamps and correct myself later on, but it's okay. Now this is all from my understanding is if the burn doesn't work, the ship will splash down off the coast of Australia, and if the burn does work, the ship will splash down off the coast of Madagascar, I believe. I'd have to pull up the documents to be sure. I'm not really gonna do that right now, because I already have all the tabs set up for this. Now at 49 minutes and 5 seconds into flight, we should see the Starship entry. This is when you cross your fingers and hold onto your butts. Because there's a lot that could, this is the part where I'm unsure of. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if they lost one of their fins on reentry or lost heat shield tiles or what have you. But also, a fully successful reentry means this whole reusability thing might actually work. Which would be really cool. Now, if reentry goes well, at 1 hour and 2 minutes into flight, we'll have a transonic Starship. 1 hour 3 minutes into flight, we'll have a subsonic Starship. And then an exciting landing at 1 hour 4 minutes 39 seconds. Their version of an exciting landing is belly flopping at the ocean at terminal velocity, because they're not doing a landing burn, at least according to this. I believe according to the documents posted too. Who knows? Maybe they'll be like, haha, just kidding, and try it anyways. I don't know why they don't. It doesn't really make sense to me why they don't. The explanation I've heard is, oh, they have like too much they want to focus on, but it's still like, if you get that far, just try it. Who knows? Maybe they're worried about, maybe it's like an environmental concern or something. I do not know. Now, what should happen at that point is the Starship will just explode upon hitting the ocean. But if it doesn't, who knows? Maybe they will shoot it or something. Yeah, so that's going to kind of wrap up that. We are at 5:36 a.m. local time, so that puts us almost an hour and 20 minutes before launch. So that does cover up all of this. Here's a little nice infographic of, can I open image in new tab? There you go. Let's move that out of the way. See, this is kind of a nice little graphic of what's supposed to happen. And hopefully all goes well. With that said, I have 3 different streams to kind of swap between now and then. I will switch to the SpaceX cast as soon as they start. Fingers crossed they stream it on YouTube today. It seems like it's going to be a Twitter stream, which is kind of sad because I can't like max out the quality of it, but it's okay. So we got Tim Dodd, we have NASA Spaceflight, and then we also have What About It, which I'm going to link their video. Haha. Okay, good. So let's swap this up here, make sure that's muted. Get that going, get this off, and yippee.
Yeah. How's the weather down there? Everybody that's down there tells me it's really, really hot.
Yeah, it's been beautiful down here lately. It's cooling.
Now, like I said, weather does appear to be a concern.
In Australia.
today, it
just,
looks
last
like the
week more than anything.
clouds will
Yeah,
start to
it's,
lighten up towards the end of the
remarkably
launch
cool
window.
down in Tasmania,
But then
which
the
is
wind
about as
seems
far,
to
well,
pick
that's as
up a
far
little
south as
more,
you can
so
go
I
in
don't know.
Australia.
I'm
So,
hoping this when
yeah,
the sun
we're a
comes
little
up,
cooler down
maybe
here
it'll
by a few
clear out
degrees,
some of
but
this
yeah, it's for us
fog. But
being
it's hard to
above
see how
30
much of
degrees
this
C
is
still pretty hot.
it,
So
fog
That's
versus like
toasty.
tank farm
Yeah.
activity.
Yeah,
And you,
yeah.
for the
I don't know.
Fahrenheit folks, anything above 30°C, that's approaching 100 degrees. That's toasty. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
30. I think I'll just do the conversion. 30 is about 86.
It does look like, though.
So,
I have the
yeah,
whole
it's
thing on
pretty
the
warm, but
actual like
it's
stream
getting
this
a lot
time,
hotter
which
than that
is
up in some of
good.
the other states. So they are up
Means
around
nothing
39
horribly
and
wrong
stuff
is
like
going
that,
on.
which is just awful. You know, that's 102. You know,
Woof.
Fahrenheit. So yeah,
Crazy. All right,
Crazy,
steering us
crazy.
back over to spaceflight. Trevor, I got a question for you. This is an interesting one. Now,
The
we were talking. I asked Marcus a little bit earlier about
nice thing
that
about these
hover and that it was super heavy and then maybe
casted
plunging it into
streams
the water.
is,
What do you think SpaceX
for
is going to
me,
do if it survives?
it is hard
Do
to
you
come
think
up with
there's any chance
words for
they're gonna get a tug out there and go and grab
all of
thing?
this. There's only so much I can actually say. But there's nice like
No, I
insights
think
I'd like
both
to add.
vehicles will be destroyed on impact, and that's right. What part of the environmental
As
assessment
far
that
as
was
this
released
is
yesterday
one of
by
the
the
NASA
FAA
space
was
flight casters.
investigating,
This is EJ.
how exactly are these vehicles going
Fun
to
streams.
blow
I
up when
like
they hit
watching
the
them.
surface
And
of
then this is
the
Marcus'
ocean.
house,
And
who
the
also
one other
makes
thing that
pretty
I
good videos.
want to bring up is we are not seeing the venting from the OLM that we would be expecting for a T0 at the beginning of the window. So this is probably looking more like they're pushing a little bit back into the window, maybe to 7:30 or something like that. So just stay with us. We'll, of course, be here the whole time, but and apparently, right as I started saying that,
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think the OLM vent turned on. You can just see it center of the screen, guys. It's casting a shadow, like dead center, a little bit lower on the screen. Definitely turn the OLM vent on.
yeah.
So based on previous wet dresses and whatnot, I believe this puts them right about at that 7:30 a.m. local time T0, but we'll get more refined figures as they continue into this filling process.
Cool. Yep. Yeah, you can see on the graphics that they got right there up on the screen that OLM vent. Now,
Yeah,
Marcus, tell these fine folks in the chat what that OLM vent is for, if you could.
Well, the problem that you've got when
No,
you're
they're
trying to
targeting
fill
7:30 based on what they're saying, unless it's like, haha, JK. I'll leave this going. I'm gonna check and see if SpaceX has said anything.
Considerably warmer than the cryogenic propellant. So they all need to come to the same temperature essentially as the propellant. So to do that, you've got to pump a whole heap of propellant through and chill everything down. And that
So the SpaceX stream on
stuff. So what you're seeing there is all the boil off from
Twitter looks like it starts at 6:26 a.m. local time,
and you sort of see that
so under an hour.
as it comes up the ship quick disconnect and all these sorts of things. So
I don't see a SpaceX announcement.
Shut that off as propellant sort of passes by, and then that it all sort of calms down as propellant actually starts being loaded.
Implying
so,
that there's been a delay.
That, of course,
So it's hard to know.
And whatnot that's going on for the cryogenics as well, especially when the liquid oxygen and the methane.
Fun fact: it's the 22nd anniversary of the day SpaceX was founded, as well as it being Pi Day. I do. That's actually pretty cool that they're having this. Hopefully, it goes well then.
It's been running through all the lines and sitting in the booster and the ship. It's going to warm up a little, so you want to have plenty of margin there so that things don't start boiling off before you're ready to launch. So, yeah, and that's another great thing, by the way, of having these extra sub-chillers installed just recently, that between Flight 2 and Flight 3, because they can do it faster. They can feel it all.
Now, I don't know why their webcast starts like 4 minutes earlier than what planned. Why 4 minutes? What's happened? They're not launching 4 minutes earlier because it's not when their window opens.
Unbelievable.
It's
crazy.
crazy.
That's absolutely, dude. Once again, I still I don't know if like we could like us mere mortals can fathom the amount of flow rate there. Like, can we even like picture that in your head? Like, how fast would that? I was talking about like that would drain.
If you're wondering what they're talking about,
now I haven't done the math out behind it, but you'd be able to see the water going down here at that flow. That's pretty quick.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of flow.
Density differences with oxygen versus something like a big, a cubic meter.
I should probably turn this up so.
But it's still a lot. No matter how you look at it, there's a lot of volume running through those. And you've also got to think about the speed that those pumps have to run and the pressure that they need to put out to pump it up the top.
Yeah, right.
Live.
Pumping a cryo propellant. Like,
This
I mean,
is the
heck,
first time I'm able to
how many
do
stories is that quick disconnect
kind
off the
of
ground? It's got to be like 20 stories up.
stream with my kind of dual screen setup here, and it actually makes it pretty easy on me because I can see kind of what's going on.
Actually, speaking of that, I think we see a vent right there. Trevor, that what you see?
Yeah, that looks like tower vent. So, we're seeing a number of really good signs. So the roadblock has started moving just as we would expect. So as they get into loading a lot of liquid methane onto the vehicle, they start moving the roadblock back. Then as we
Now
also
we're
know
approaching that
that
T-minus 1 hour
tower vent,
15-minute
and then
mark.
also, we know that SpaceX holds their go/no-go poll at about T-minus 1 hour and 15 minutes. So all
Hey,
of
look,
these things
we're
are starting to
saying that
stack
now.
up on top of one another for will hopefully be
Now, if that
a
tower
really
vent's
exciting
starting,
time in an hour and some change depending on when exactly their
that
T0 is.
makes me think they're chilling down to start fuel up.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I wouldn't be surprised if that poll just happened and they are go for fuel up.
Yeah, OLM on top of the booster. I mean,
Which,
that's
we'll find out
like a third
pretty
story.
shortly
That's
when
way up there.
we start seeing frost on that ship.
All right. So yeah, we should be getting through that no-go poll, and then as we've been talking about, another 30 minutes, they'll start tanking the vehicle. Give or take. It's this is stuff starting to happen, guys. Stuff starting to happen. You ready? Marcus, you ready?
I'm hoping my energy kicks in as we start
Trevor, what about
counting
you?
down. This is my third
you
time
feeling?
doing this now, so
I
I
can't
feel
wait.
like my
I hope that we get a little bit less fog for when the launch
shock
window opens.
kind of leading up
maybe some
to
ground
launch
winds or
is
sun helps burn a little bit.
calmer. Like I've seen all this before. I feel like this is expected and means things are going well.
It's always a treat when these things go.
It's really hard to not get excited about the largest thing ever to fly. It's insane how big this thing. If you haven't been down to Starbase, I do recommend it. It is way down there, even for me. But it is. The scale of these vehicles is massive. Now I went in March of last year, and they went up in April for Flight 1. So I saw what was it? Ship 24, Booster 7? Yeah. So I got to see that flight hardware before its demise. That was awesome. Part of me would really want to see was it Ship 20 Booster 4 go up, but I also know that would result in a humongous explosion because those Raptor ones were yikes. Cue the montage of Starship's landing burn doing oopsies. I mean, hey, technically they landed 2 of them. So, I don't know if that's the Raptor's fault or not, but, I know they've exploded a lot of those old Raptor ones on the test stand. Raptor 2 seems to be pretty reliable. So, here's some fun facts. I want to say this is Booster 10 now. Booster 10 is the first one to have a full 33-engine static fire. What was it? Booster 9, I think had a 31 out of 33 static fire, but then all 33 went up for launch, as we know. So that kind of surprises me. I don't know if they like swapped out a couple engines last minute or made some tweaks, but they got them all up. It works. So fingers crossed we see that again. With all engines igniting. I think they can lose a couple and be okay on liftoff. But they can't lose too many too early, or else they lose way too much velocity. Or the delta V requirement is so massive to get Starship up to the right speed and height. Now, it depends on what engines they lose too. If they lose a couple of those booster engines, I don't think it's as bad. It shouldn't be as bad because they still have the main ones in the center. No, sorry, when I say booster engines, I'm talking about the booster, yes, but I'm talking about so the outer, I want to say the outer 20 engines and kind of the outside ring are boost engines. Still Raptors, but they don't have gimbals on them. It's just, nor do they have the ability to relight themselves. They can get lit by the launch mount, and they're on until they get shut down. But they can lose a couple of those. But if they lose the center ones, those are, some of those are used for the landing burn, and boost. They're all used for the Boostback, so they really can't lose those. I don't think. But you know, it's okay. That's a fun infographic actually. Comparing Starship to the Great Pyramid. You know, that would make sense. Ares 1. That's a fun rocket. Ares 1 is taller than SLS? Huh? That's kind of funny. But yeah. I don't know, we're looking at a pretty exciting flight here so far. I will turn this off. Let's see what Tim Dodd, the everyday astronaut, is doing. Put this over here and unmute.
We'll have pretty darn good audio this time, and we made some tweaks to our show so that you guys experience a really good show on your end, where we have it all worked out in our heads of how
Fingers crossed this fog lifts. I'm gonna
give you a good audio experience.
You know, people like to say, "Oh, they're not gonna launch the fog."
I'm prepared personally for once to kind
if you have not seen the SN11 test flight, I would go watch it.
A dying robot.
Horribly foggy day. They went anyways, and I believe it exploded mid-air just before the landing burn started.
A lot of people saying like "hello" from, and then in parentheses. This
that was fun.
And I'm here
That's
for
tragedy. I still think about that.
Okay.
But I don't think the fog is a concern.
Wind speed, does it have a significant influence on the
especially since Starlink has improved by a lot now. They do have a couple Starlink terminals on the ship, so fingers crossed we get some onboard footage this time. We got some of IFT-1, but then IFT-2, we pretty much, I don't think there was any onboard shots. Yeah, like, especially the ship, when it's so far up, you can only see, like, the little engines from last time. So hopefully they give us those sweet, sweet camera views on Starship's way to suborbit.
So we're not even close to it being dawn yet. It just for some reason looks brighter in the bottom right screen line, but that's probably just because it's I don't know how time works or geography as I'm proving. Let's see.
The countdown timer continues.
I'm naive.
We are
SpaceX
about
works together
40
because
minutes or so from the SpaceX webcast.
you actually nailed it. So
Ah,
so
part of me's thinking, oh, I went live a little too early, but at the same time, I do not like missing things. You know what I mean? So even if it's me sitting around for a while, I went live, I think about 2 hours. This is pretty on par, actually, from last
What
time.
we're doing nowadays is basically procuring and doing fixed price and saying, hey, we need a service. Who can do it, for the cheapest? Who can do it the best and the cheapest? Submit proposals. We're going to submit the ones that we think are a good blend between, the right amount of risk posture as far as like technical feasibility and can they do it, and price. Starship is on the far end of price, being potentially one of the cheapest rockets to fly, period, if it becomes fully reusable, regardless of scale, regardless of size. This thing is, don't forget, this thing is 120 meters tall, almost 400 feet tall, and 9 meters wide, so 30 feet wide. It is absolutely...
Yeah, I'm talking about cloud cover is going to be
as Saturn V that took humans to the moon. This thing is
bit of a
so big
problem.
and so crazy. Yeah, it could be cheaper to fly than a Falcon 9 if it becomes truly fully reusable.
Hopefully things are going to be okay.
And they cannot see the pad. They're just seeing Starbase. Wait, where was the Tarpon sign at though? I thought he was looking at. Are they both Rio and Tarpon?
I don't know.
I thought Tarpon was seeing the Welcome to Mars or whatever.
In the event that there is a scrub today,
well, that'll change.
they'll just recycle for tomorrow. I say that it depends on what point in the countdown they have to they call it off, if they do. If it's too late and like they reach like full pressurization on the vehicle, then it will be a 2-day delay, I'm pretty sure. So that would mean the next one would be on Saturday, which is fine. I mean, I don't know. I do have plans today, so I did try and actually sleep a little bit, which almost makes me feel more tired. But I tried to force myself to get a little bit of sleep.
Whatever it was, and now they're just like, hey, we have 1.3.
Last time I pulled an all-nighter, which is fun. But not super great. Luckily, I didn't have school that day, so. I think it's a weekend. That's right. Was it Saturday that went up? I think so.
And with their Antares rocket and their why am I blanking on the name of the vehicle? Jesus.
The countdown clock is very mesmerizing. So, because SpaceX's stream isn't up yet, nobody really knows what their liftoff time actually is. So all the countdown clocks you're seeing are set for the opening of the launch window, so about 7 a.m. Now, of course, if they have pushed at T0 time, or time of liftoff, back by a little bit, then it's going to be off sync. But right now we're just counting, assuming Starship will launch right at 7 a.m. Probably won't. Expect a few minutes delay. Especially if they have to do like a hold at 40-ish seconds.
They've been in the works for a long time, which is a good and a bad thing in my opinion, because yes, they were expensive and took forever and hard to cancel because they had so much money bookmarked and the ball was always rolling. And the good thing about that is that it's hard to cancel. So the bad thing about
cool. I'm gonna take a quick restroom break.
The good thing about
this
is that it's hard to cancel.
To do that, what I'm going to do is
Look, we'd want to.
put
We would
NASA
hope to see
spaceflight
aircraft
on,
in the area.
and
somewhere, like I say,
then
it's way over between, well, east of
Boom.
Australia, well, west of Australia, I should say. And that is, it's a heck of
Sweet.
a long
Okay,
way
I'll be right back.
from Hawaii, which is where the original, was going to land off the coast of Hawaii or Kauai originally. So there's a huge difference. I think I've worked it out. it's like 16,000 kilometers or 14,000 kilometers, something like that. So, it's not a trivial distance, but you would hope that they've got partners out here with aircraft that are going to be able to record all this in super detail. We want to see all those shots.
You know what the crazy thing to me about this is that this Indian Ocean trajectory rather than landing in Hawaii, that's like maybe 1 or 2 second difference in burn time. And Marcus, you were just talking about the distance, talking 14,000 Ks here. That's not a short distance. And when you're that close to orbit, that's the difference between landing in the Indian Ocean and actually staying up in space. It's just a couple seconds of burn time. That's crazy to me.
Yeah, and Jonathan
absolutely
McDowell
nuts.
did a good. He did sort of a good map of where the trajectory could be, and it literally spans 1,000 kilometers or something like that, or 500 kilometers difference between if the burn is done right versus if it cuts off a second too short, or doesn't light up at all. Then the distance differences by the time you get around the opposite side of the globe are just ginormous. So the question is, if it doesn't go to plan, that Boostback, that re-entry burn, or whatever it is that they're calling it, the aircraft need to be somewhere in the vicinity, right? So that it could vary extreme, to the extremes. So that's going to be interesting to see. I think if they do the burn as they want, then they'll have a pretty good idea where to be.
There we go.
Yeah, it'll be. We'll hopefully know in about an hour, a bit over an hour. Well, an hour and a half by the time it gets
just
around.
Just an hour out till the window opens here. They would have gone through the fueling go no go poll. I'm not certain we saw anything new on the cameras per se, but yeah, I haven't heard anything bad either. So no news is good news, I guess.
So Marcus,
true. I mean,
I think
looking
everyone
at
here
the
at NSF over the last few days has given their opinion of how flight's going to go, what milestones will be reached, and whatnot.
Tower,
I'm curious, what are your thoughts?
Kind of gonna be going into fueling.
I would bet that they can get to Starship re-entry. If I was putting money on it, I would say that they'll get to at least Starship entry. Whether they can actually enter it without it breaking up, that's going to be the question. I've got no idea about that, and I think that they will touch the booster down on target. That is my bet, and everything in between going smoothly. We're hoping to see all those Raptors firing beautifully again, because in the last flight they did, until it broke up, obviously after separation, but up until that point they seemed to be very smooth. So I really don't have any issues or concerns about the Raptor engines themselves. Which is great to say, because last flight, it's like, oh, geez, I just want the Raptors to all be going. That's all I want, and they did that. So,
yeah. What about the propellant transfer demonstration?
Yeah. Look, I don't see that as too much of a problem. I think they just need to have the control and whatnot to do it. So as long as it gets to orbit, I think that they'll be fine with that. I don't know how they're actually planning on testing it. They haven't really released a lot of detail. Does anybody else know any more detail about how they're testing that?
I mean,
unfortunately not.
Yeah, we know it's between the header tanks and the main tanks, but manner of actuation, I have no idea. I've taken guesses.
Spin it?
Yeah, right.
Spin
it
and
spin
move
it.
the propeller?
It'll work, right? I mean,
yeah. But I don't know if does that really demonstrate much, apart from that fluid moves from one place to another when you.
By the way,
this
propellant transfer demonstration they're talking about, I'm pretty sure it's like a $50-something million contract from NASA, so they kind of want to do it. What is it? It's like a tipping point contract or something like that. That's how they describe it. It's for the Artemis program. Because Starship will need to do a lot of in-orbit refueling flights to be able to go to the moon. Which is weird. For how large this vehicle is and all of its capability, because of the fact it's a fully reusable vehicle and a lot of its propellant is used for that fact, and also the extra mass added on from like heat shield tiles and having the fins and the grid fins and all that. Yeah, it's actually pretty heavy, and so there's yes, you can have a huge amount of payload go up to low Earth orbit and stuff. There's only so much it can take up to geostationary transfer orbits, and then after that, really not much at all outside of that, if any. So you have to do those refueling flights to get out of LEO.
It's tough.
Yeah, I mean that's the whole thing. You don't want your vehicle and your fuel to be have no acceleration
We're
relative
not.
to one
It's
another.
under
'Cause
T
then,
minus 60
it's
minutes,
just going
so
to
T
be
minus
floating
57
around. So
minutes,
somehow
10
they're going
seconds
to
until
have
they
to
start
create
the
that
full launch window.
acceleration, and I
Local
suspect
time
they're
is
just going to
6:02 a.m.
use
6:03
some of the
a.m. Sorry.
gases that they have stored in the tank. Right, that's the entire reaction control thruster system.
And when I say
that,
local time,
Elon
because
has
I'm in
talked
Central
about.
Standard Time.
But as to exactly how they would go about that for, what would be a quite
instead of trying to
large
do
transfer of propellant,
conversions.
I really don't
For anyone
know.
watching in
I
Eastern,
hope
it is
SpaceX gives
8
us more
a.m. Eastern
details on
time
the webcast.
for the
Yep.
opening of the launch window. So
Alright.
It could
just
simply
keep that in
be
mind.
that pressure in the tanks, with the gaseous pressure in the tanks, they can just, let boil off happen naturally and just use that pressure. As soon as they get to a certain pressure, they just start releasing it, and that'll just move the thing forwards. And then maybe they do a flip and move it the other way, and then they do the. But they don't have a lot of time. Really, they've got to do that Raptor burn. I'm assuming. I think it's probably a little after apogee or whatever, but they don't have infinite time up there. They're on a suborbital trajectory essentially. So
Right.
whatever they do, they've got to be able to do it quick.
Yeah, you got about 15, 20 minutes, right? This is going to be a short mission, if everything is
max.
successful.
Yeah.
All right. Well, as we have moved inside of 1 hour, and it seems like there might be some frost accumulating on the booster, this is where this segment ends. Marcus, thank you so much for coming on. Really appreciate you guesting in here during the cast. It was fun.
No worries at all. Lovely to be here, and lovely to have all the wonderful questions from everybody in the comments there. Just love skimming through the comments. I obviously don't have time to read a lot of them as we're chatting away, because otherwise I wouldn't be paying attention. But thank you for being here and for all the shout outs. I've seen them all flying by, so thank you very much. Love this community. Best thing ever.
And then, Trevor, couldn't do without your swiftiness up in here.
Yeah, let's hope SpaceX swiftly launches this thing and light this candle.
All right, sounds
SpaceX,
good.
Go Starship.
Yep, there you go. And I hosted this segment. I'm EJ. I stream on Twitch. Stick around. We got plenty more. We're 54 minutes out from a launch here. Let's see what happens. Well, hopefully, weather permitting. So that's where I leave you guys, and the next segment will be up right after this video.
At T-minus 1 hour and 15 minutes, the SpaceX flight director will poll launch operators to determine whether to proceed or not with
I love this, like, the way they're doing this marathon cast this time. Like, they're cycling in, like, fun guests. There was Scott Manley. I don't remember if he was on... I don't know. My memory is so short this early in the morning. I think... when I woke up, I saw that he was on this. So I was like, alright, I'll get out of bed to watch a little bit of this. I would have kind of rewinded to watch, but there's not much point, as there's always something happening. Okay, let's swap over to Tim Dodd's stream. Not much kind of going on here. A lot of fog, unfortunate. Let's see if Felix
split tanks, which are industry standard. They are huge, but they are something known. There's companies building these, and they've built them for decades now, and they know perfectly what they're doing. So SpaceX learned from that.
Their
and
camera seems to be
what they do down at
very
Starbase
low
with
FPS.
all sorts
So
of
I
things
don't.
are so
That looks like a
Starship
connection
projects are,
issue to me.
like radically different from anything we've ever seen before. Like the Mechazilla with the chopsticks, stacking the Starship on top of the booster.
Which is kind of
booster
sad.
On top of the OLM, and then stacking the Starship on top. That's something. Name another rocket. That
Also,
does that.
their T0
And
time is wrong.
The reason why it's there is because SpaceX.
Because this
chose
would imply it
not to
starts at 8
complicate
a.m.
stuff,
Oh,
but to try
wait.
out
Ha!
something
That's
with
funny.
different capabilities. Some have an even more
That's
precise
correct.
insert,
Also, that looks
some-
better.
some
A little higher
are
FPS.
quicker, have to be on the
That would
pad,
do it.
like smaller rockets, Electron, and so on and so forth. But overall, Falcon 9 is demonstrating how it's being done right now, and that won't change with the Starship. It'll just be a different rocket. So, what everybody else, right?
Partly cloudy, it says. I really hope. I really hope the sun comes up soon. In fact, I can tell you what time sunrise is.
So much cheaper, easier. just a better way. Imagine you would want to go to Europe and you would book a plane ticket, and everybody else on the plane would book it too.
7:40 a.m.
Sitting in your
is
Airbus,
the
and then
supposed
over Europe, you're
sunrise
being dropped
time.
with a parachute and the plane crashes into the water. If those 350
So it might
people
actually
would
be
have to divide the price of that Airbus
dark,
into a flight, then the ticket would be very expensive. But if you can
when this
reuse
goes
the
up.
Airbus, if you can land it, refuel it, and fly some more people with it, you're getting down to the dumping
Like
prices
Twilight?
nowadays of $400 of going there and back again. That's the only reason why those prices.
That's
exist.
kind of
And that's the same
crazy.
thing that
In
happens
fact,
if you reuse a
I could
rocket. So what
give-
everybody else needs to do right now
I
is
could get a
start
better
using
idea
that,
of what that
and
would look
SpaceX
like.
has pushed them into this kind of situation because they completely revolutionized and disrupted the spaceflight industry with just coming up with a Falcon 9 that can land. So that's the problem they are having right now, and the next problem is
it's
already
kinda-
built there because that's going to be a fully and rapidly reusable rocket, which is another step up. Falcon 9 right now is about 80% reusable. Starship in the end is
So
supposed to be
roughly about
100%
7
reusable.
a.m.
So both first and second stage land, and the goal is to
Uh,
have it work like an airliner. So the booster lands, you can refill it immediately and launch it again 3, 4, 5 times a day. And if they can actually pull that off, it would be absolutely incredible. So that's what all the others are facing right now. We have Florian, member for 31 months. Thank you so much. Hello from the cold
Nautical
Cologne.
Twilight.
We have a team. We have a few team members from Germany on the What About It team, and they've been telling me about the
Nautical Twilight is what it's being
there
called.
was one of them about the lovely weather we have in Germany right now, or they have in Germany right now. It's reportedly it's 5 degrees Celsius, which is really really cold, barely above freezing with rain. So stay strong, Germany. Florida is very sunny,
Nautical
to say the
Twilight.
least.
The
It's
sun will
pretty
be
solid,
just
but
below the horizon, but it looks like there
so
might
we
be
have Rose
some
and
amount of
Maxi.
lights
Thank you very much for
visible.
your
It
super
won't be
chat.
pitch
Literally following your channel
black
from the start. Thank you
like
so
it
much.
is right
As I
now.
said earlier, if you want to see something really bizarre, watch episode 1.
We
and 2.
should start.
It's
We
on
should
the
see
channel.
some lights, but not a whole lot. It's not. It won't be dark though. I do.
In layman's terms, all of the explanations are given without making us feel stupid.
Let's see here.
I do not want to make anybody feel stupid. My approach, or our approach, and
Move
it's not
that
just me,
over.
it's a huge team in the background working on each and every episode and all the content you can see, all the stuff you see here right now.
And
there's one of them down there right now. That's TJ. Hey TJ. So
Okay.
Hi.
Get another stream pulled up on the side here.
Team of people working in the background. Keep that in mind. It's not just me. So show some love for the
Get
entire
EJ's
What About It
stream
team in the
pulled
chat
up.
if you have time. Just spam a heart or something. These people are going to smile because I am getting
And
so much feedback from you
okay,
guys,
good.
and
I
the
have so
team
many
normally
tabs
doesn't get
open.
much,
Close out
so
Spotify. I
show
don't need
some
that
love.
anymore.
They do definitely deserve it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Close. Open
I'm
that up.
curious, what is your favorite update
Okay.
to Starship between this
Next
flight and
will
the last flight?
be-
We've been tracking a variety of things both on the ground and on the vehicle, but is there one to you that stands out the most as being just like
Close out Felix. Let's see what Tim is yapping about.
Let's see if I see this is back. Let's see if it's happened to push to the thing yet. Let me see here. This is I agree with this honestly. That in saying Ship 26 is saying that where was that Starhopper is the coolest part, and that's literally because our thermal camera was showing that part of Starhopper for some reason was the coldest part. That just does not make sense to me. I don't know if I trust our thermal camera today. Oh, look at that shot. Is that the production bay? Like, what are we? Oh, that's Star Factory. Wow. On the scope. That's good for Ryan to be able to. Whoa, it has zoom? Oh, this is one of the Tarpon Tracker 2. So it does have zoom and focus. That is cool. That's actually being operated by our friend Brian McManus from.
Now, according to this, the weather is 70% go. I'm not really sure where they're pulling that from. I mean, Tim's pretty good with like actual sources, so I'm sure he got it from somewhere. But I mean, hey, if that's good, if the wind is good and it's not raining, it doesn't look like it'll be raining. It just looks like it's cloudy and maybe a little windy. But if it's not super windy, they're gonna launch. Fingers are really crossed on that. I mean, we should get some like telemetry readings and stuff, but it's gonna be hard to know. Now there should be the WB-57, the NASA plane, up over the clouds. So, at the very least, they should be able to have something, to, if in the event that there's something catastrophic. Knock on wood. Pray that there's not, but it's gonna be okay. Oh, I don't know why I muted that. Sorry.
People. And yeah, just the misinformation is bugs me as much as people getting scammed, because people sometimes just don't know better. They think they're watching a live stream, and it's not live, and it's horrible. So please just do something about it.
Tim Dodd saying to not get
scammed. It takes a group effort, though. It takes like everyone just sitting there flagging them for YouTube to do anything, and YouTube still doesn't do enough, in my opinion. They need to be working on alleviating those scams.
That's where they got their source.
Really a shame.
So, and I quote from SpaceX's tweet here: "Weather is 70% favorable for today's third integrated flight test of Starship. The live webcast will begin about 30 minutes before liftoff, which is currently targeted for 7:30 a.m. Central." Aha. Okay, so we are sitting about a little over T minus an hour. That's correct.
Right now. That's a nice little.
Okay.
Nice little thing to know.
So we should see the SpaceX cast pop up.
They might be doing a range check and making sure that the pad area is clear, that there's not people wandering around
at 7 a.m. So they are pushing it back
and stuff like that. That will scrub a launch, absolutely. Don't think you can hide from a thermal camera either. They'll find you. They will find you.
They're pushing it back a little bit. Fingers crossed.
I never know how to say your name.
That helps.
Discord, I read it all the time, saying you can add
30-minute delay may avoid possible
filters while launch live streams. Yes, that's true. However, a lot of
them
are
from Scott Manley.
They're just restreaming.
Fingers crossed that the 30 extra minutes helps the sun come up, and then the clouds will part, and we'll be good. But this is gonna be a little longer of a stream, but it's okay. I might be able to play Kerbal for a little bit, but I don't want to swap off of this. It's too important.
When do I think the first humans will fly on Starship? Well, so Jared Isaacman has. So Jared, those of you that don't know Jared Isaacman, he did the Polaris. He's currently doing the Polaris.
So they might have already verified the go no go for fueling. Which technically we just now officially hit the T minus 1 hour 15 minute mark, so they might have repulled. 70% go on weather. That's pretty good considering the situation. I've seen them launching like 40% favorability. Not with Starship, but that should be pretty good. Which means fuel up should start about 30 minutes from now. So now we get to hang tight and wait for that. Once fueling starts, there's gonna be a lot happening.
We'll be flying this year, hopefully. I believe it's
what is the
Q2
Star Hopper nonsense? Why is it cold there?
Yeah, obviously Q2.
What?
Q1's almost over already for this year. So he's
awesome.
This is from Eddie David. Hi, Tim. Do you think that SpaceX will place Starlink constellations around the moon and Mars in the future and use their laser link tech to connect them together for future high-speed comms? I do think that. I definitely think that's 100% a possibility. I'm actually going to be surprised if they don't somehow secure some kind of contract for NASA. Or you know what they could do? They could frankly put some star. It doesn't. You don't need a huge constellation to to cover.
No,
the
friendly
moon.
reminder
You
that
can provide full
today's
coverage
test
with
flight
just a
will
small
last
handful
about
of
an hour.
satellites.
Hour and 6 minutes, give or take.
And especially the total bandwidth, you're communicating to very few vehicles on the moon, so you wouldn't need.
It's gonna be a lot in an hour.
There's so many.
So hang on to your
considerations
butts.
here. And latency is
But
already going to be an issue just because of the speed
we're
of
gonna
light,
be okay.
out at the moon anyway. So that's not as dire, Like
No, I
for
did
here,
go back and
for
simultaneously
communications and for
play
gaming and for
my
all these things that
stream
require
for both
low
the first
latency.
and
You
second
can't
test
do that
flight.
in geostationary orbit. You do need that to be
I didn't
in
realize.
orbit if you wanna,
It's fun seeing my
be able to have
reactions.
low latency.
At
At the moon, that
to
doesn't matter.
both.
So that's out the window already. That's a fixed.
For instance, I was
And then
saying
obviously, you're only-
I made a
you're only
comment
covering
on
very
how
few-
the
little
booster
bit of,
looked in the first test
bandwidth
flight
because you're
with
only
so many
communicating
missing
with a handful of
engines,
spacecraft. So they could do it
as
with
opposed to
3
like
or 4
the
satellites could cover
full,
the entire moon.
fully lit up booster on the
At
second
least the
flight.
entire moon where anyone would be, and they could always launch it themselves, use it themselves for the Artemis program, and they could charge NASA if NASA sees it as a value,
It's fun.
and that would be.
It's a fun time.
Let's see here from Gina. Thank you so much for the super chat. In the first,
hair
in
is,
the
like,
first future, and on a
weird.
clear day, will we
I did
be
get a
able to see
haircut,
Starship
but,
launch from Austin or
know.
San Antonio high in the sky?
It still does not
San
avoid that
Antonio,
hair day.
maybe if it's night, it would need to be 100% night, yeah, 100% nighttime, because this rocket is not bright enough and does not leave a big enough smoke trail to see during the day. It was pretty easy to lose sight of it almost during the day from here, and we're 5 miles, 8 kilometers away. And at
Gateway
night,
to
it's just
Mars.
not as bright because the methane burns that beautiful bluish, purplish glow. It burns, frankly, too clean.
Let's
to
see
really
what
be able to see it.
EJ's talking about. He's got Funcast. So let's bring that up and wait. Sorry, hold on. I'm a great streamer. Aha, aha, aha.
The ocean. Hey, be careful, right? And then
There we go.
obviously they have the same kind of thing as well for the Indian Ocean as well. One of the interesting thing is that
T-minus an hour to go.
both
Yippee!
the
Or an
Indian
hour and
Ocean,
10
at
minutes, 70
least
minutes to launch.
for the for the aerial zones, it expands
Which is
such a
yep,
huge
You remember when that was
6:20
your
a.m.
bit?
local time.
Yeah, lips and
that
chips.
it is across several multiple airspace
Is the current time.
locations.
Sorry.
And so for
I mean,
launch, you
alleviate.
have,
You'll
like,
see.
Mexican
That's across the
and
Gulf.
American
I do have my
noses,
phone here,
to
just,
our missions, and then you
From
have
Boca
in
Chica
Europe,
Pull up
Florida,
you have
Twitter, that way I don't have
anywhere
to
from the
keep swapping
airspace
tabs
close
to look.
Madagascar
Let me
to the
think.
one that is close to India to the one
Just
that is
to kind
close
of
to West
scroll through
Australia. So
everything
you
to
have
see what's going
all
on.
of these different
probably
permits.
like
It took me a while. I have I'll probably share this link somewhere. I don't know.
it's a little
basically
bit
made
longer than
myself
I'd say
a
like
map
Glasgow to
with all of
Calais
these
in
locations,
France.
and it's quite
Like
crazy because
that's like
there were
down
you know,
the
left, right, and
entire.
center.
Apparently, for
Entire
anyone
British
interested,
They
because
made
I
a
kind of
huge
am,
change.
Lego is supposed to be releasing a Artemis 1 SLS and Launchpad this week. I think the price is like around $250 though, so I'm kind of like, sad. Sad. It would be so awesome though. Who knows? Maybe they'll drop a Starship. We should begin to see what's coming up next. So, assuming that 7:30 a.m. launch time is to be believed, we should see that prop load begin at 53 minutes. T-minus 53 minutes, sorry. So, about 15 minutes from now? So, you know, I'm an engineering major. Maybe I should be able to do math in my head, but my excuse, I'm tired. And I have a very long day ahead of me.
If you hear their statements, if you hear them talking about this, they identified that there is an increase in launch cadence. There is an increase in with that regulatory need, because there's always this conflict of course, you don't want to block the development of the sector, but you also want to keep your safety standards. So the solution that, for example, the FAA calls for is increasing funding, making sure regulation is up to date. And these kind of things are, it's totally something that
checking for planes in the way.
Has to think about with spaceflight.
Wait, Canberra?
Because
Yeah,
we are
WB-57,
coming up on this
dude.
new. I mean, we are already in it.
Come on back now.
Sometimes.
And one
So,
night in a couple.
Yeah. It's crazy.
We should.
It's really crazy, and it's of course I can understand that, for example,
the WB-57
like
is
the
at
FAA
Ellington. It's
needs
right
to adjust
there.
to that as well, because
right where my
that
mouse
came
goes.
kind of over them suddenly.
We'll see it when
suddenly
they turn the
were in this world
transponders
where
on.
they're like, oh, by the way, SpaceX
That
wants
actually
to
should be
launch
happening
140
soon.
times a year with
I'll
Falcon
keep
9.
the ADS-B up and we'll see.
It is going to be an exciting. That's why we're so excited about this, because we're at a point now where,
What's the way to get the propellant and locks?
I love ad blockers.
A lot of trucks, Pogo.
That's fun. Okay.
A lot of trucks. Think about what we're doing in workers and resources, but with fuel.
As this program continues to develop. Now, I can assure you there is a rocket on the pad.
Yeah,
We
Jarella,
have
yeah,
about
that's
maybe 8,000 or 9,000 people in here, more since I started, up to 46,500.
Let's see
So
what's
what we're
going
looking at right now
on.
is
Any?
Starship on the pads. The sun has not risen at Starbase yet in Boca Chica, Texas. We are looking at right now about an hour and 5 minutes until the SpaceX announced liftoff time, which is 7:30 a.m. Central. And I did get a
Anything
question
so
in
far?
here, Alex, from Michael Bertoldi in our chat. I'm going to do my best to try to get as many questions and super chats in here as I can. We're going to be launching right around sunrise or close to it or just after it. Will we see some different things in the atmosphere this time as the rocket gases interact?
Why are they not using helicopters to bring
Now, actually, one thing I can do, once again, is...
I guess we'll
Don't
figure it out,
drop
right?
anything. There we go.
The OV-10 is out looking for boats in the range?
It's complicated because it is like the new T-Series 8 minutes before
It's kind of what...
So as soon as the thing just goes up, it'll probably go into...
So it'll be civil twilight, it looks like, for
something that is easily...
that. So the sun should be just about on the horizon, instead of just below. So not much better, but good enough, I think.
Folks, tough to see from where I'm at right now. We're all set up. I'm over here at South Padre Island. I'm on the roof of the Margaritaville Resort, South Padre, but I am completely socked in with fog. If you know South Padre Island, there's a hotel here. There's a big structure next to a big building. The condos next to it is called the Sapphire. I can barely see the building that's 100 feet away from me. I cannot see Isla Blanca Park. I can't see any of the parts of the park over there. There were a bunch of police lights blinking, and the complete fog blanket has made it so I can't even see the blinking police lights at Isla Blanca.
It's
less
brought
than
in
a
on
mile
trucks
away
from
me.
Airgas,
Much
dude.
less,
I don't
I'm
know where
7
those
miles away
Airgas
from the
trucks
launch
come
pad
from.
right now. So I am
Now you're saying that fog is pretty thick.
I can see the fog going around me right now. It is not a great situation over here at South Padre Island. What did SpaceX just said? What it's a 70% chance of launch or 70% go or something, but I think it's 0% viewing if it goes at the beginning of the window and you're over here at South Padre Island. That's how it goes. If you're looking for rocket viewing, sometimes you never know what you're going to get. They do have a little bit of a window to work with, so I know if I was SpaceX, I would want some of the visuals happening, and maybe this will burn off. I don't know, but right now it is tough over here. Oh, geez. Let's see. I think we have something else that I can actually talk about, something that's near and dear to my heart. Hopefully we're ready to show this. They'll tell me in my ear if they're ready to show this. But one of the big things that I think that NSF does that's super...
I've known Das for about the better part of a decade. That guy's as straight as they come, dude. Like, very straight-edged. He does... Yeah, no, he doesn't do that. You don't do that. Now, you boy. And now we'll go back to DOS.
model. It was an F4 Phantom because everybody has an F4 Phantom.
Nice.
But I found a $10 bill at the build model.
Okay, so bring this over here, back to Tim Dodd's stream.
You know, a lot of vehicles re-enter over a similar, well...
Oh, wait, I need to be able to see
You're
my
right.
own.
This might be the closest a
There we
vehicle
go.
landed properly. Or
In an ideal
touchdown,
world,
guess,
I
would
see
be
my
a
own
more proper term,
stream, too.
anywhere
That's,
near
there we go.
Australia. Thank you so much, Mark, for that. This is from Yaroslav saying, watching this in 4K is amazing. Thank you for that. You're welcome. I hope that you guys are watching on a device that handles 4K. We're actually streaming in 4K 60. Yeah, pretty hard to do from this remote area. And to be able to have all those links between all of our cameras, it's very, very, very hard. And I hope that you guys see, you know, I've been talking about this forever. If you watched back in the day,
Just
you
to
know,
make
I made a video
sure
about
things
our
are going
van and kind of about some of that system. And I talked about what it's like to go behind launch pads and you know, go up onto launch pads and to different rocket launches with our van that we call Luna.
So I think we're good to go.
It's a 4K production truck, and why we built that, you know, and at first we were having so many teething problems, and I was literally like, this is dumb.
That looks good.
I almost, like, literally about a year ago, I almost just hung up the hat and just said, I'm done streaming. It's just too hard. And it just seemed like it was just too much. But now, I mean, honestly, I am so proud of our team and the amount of work that's gone into between every single launch.
I like this
and
shot.
so many of the problems that we were always trying to work on have just been slowly worked out through
thermal
some
cam?
genius of our team members from all over.
That
We
might
have
actually
a
come
lot
in
of people
clutch
off-site,
for
you know, Ben
like
Steinman
viewing a
Colin and Andrew
launch.
and a lot of people that do a lot of hard work that aren't here on site right now that have helped engineer a solution to be able to bring you 4K 60 from this remote location.
So we're about 8 minutes away from fuel up.
Really
starting.
impressive. Let's see. So yeah, make sure you're clicking in 4K, and if you guys do appreciate the 4K stream, give it a thumbs up. That does help the algorithm.
No,
for sure.
what I don't know is I can stream it in 4K, but my monitor is only 1440. So
you're right.
does that actually
Allie,
give me
I'm
a buff?
sorry.
I think just for the sake of it, we're gonna bring it down to 1440.
You're right, Allie. I'm sorry. Well, let's see here. Would Starship be able to transmit the live video feed through Starlink network? Yes.
There you go.
That's actually what we're hoping to see. There are 4 Starlink terminals on the ship. There's 2 on the booster. We're fully expecting to see that Starship will hopefully be able to use the Starlink.
There's enough Starlink satellites in orbit now that I pray
beautiful
that we get some good video out of it.
Even if it's fogged out today, honestly, guys, I am just hoping that we see some beautiful views of Starship in space this time. We didn't see anything after stage separation from the vehicle. I don't know if that was a downlink issue or something, or an issue with something, but ooh, that's fun. I just got my 1 hour until Starship notification. That is always fun to see from Next Spaceflight app. I love that. Yeah, we are on. People asking, is the test delayed? No, the test is not delayed, guys. The countdown clock wouldn't still be going. You have the data right there in front of your eyes. If we're still
technically, it was delayed. If you wanna be precise about it, Tim.
From Jonathan saying, hi, Tim. I've been watching all these streams since the first Falcon launch, and now I'm an aerospace engineer myself. I just wanted to thank you all. That is awesome. I absolutely love there's people that literally have changed their career paths and are now working in the aerospace industry. It's something to be excited about. I love that it is contagious, that this is something that's,
the space
you
bug.
can celebrate together, watch together, cheer for it. So
it'll get all of you.
I've never really been a fan of sports, growing up. I played soccer and I, did cross country, did things like that. Tried to play basketball. It's horrible. I was so bad at basketball that I got put on the C team, and it was so bad on the C team they demoted me to the D team. Yeah, I can't play basketball. But a lot of people love to watch sports and partake in sports. To me, spaceflight is
really any
like
further updates I have to share at this moment in time.
And the fun thing is,
doing a refresh
we're all going to
now.
cheer for the same thing. We're all hoping that humans just further our progress and our exploration and our knowledge, in the solar system. And it cracks me up that we can all just cheer together for the same thing, but it totally works out that it happens to also inspire so many people, and so many people get into new career paths and do so many things just because they had, maybe happened to catch a stream or see a launch in person. You just never know what that little thing is. And it's fun that we can all watch together. So thank you for being here with us. It really means a lot. I think we are the only option of true 4K. We only right now, we're in a split screen, but one of our views there, the night one, is right now the only one that's really valuable in 4K, frankly, which is funny because we have all this infrastructure, and nighttime and fog happens to ruin a lot of those views. But yeah. Yeah, Spencer, if you can pull up just even the whatever Mr. T wide night, would be awesome. Because just to show that indeed we do have proper 4K, and it's hard to do out here. It's really hard to do out here.
I wonder how they got that all set up. You'd have to have a local network and everything.
Photons to your eyeballs.
Right?
In 4K.
I would assume.
So this is from Magical Q. Do you know if SpaceX is planning on recovering the booster and ship if they end up surviving reentry? I don't think they are planning to recover them. Period.
Take a little stretch out.
We'll get the data they need from, how did it handle? How precisely did the booster do its landing burn? Was it right on the
about 3 minutes to go until fuel start?
That they had planned
and now this thing's going to rapidly fill.
Yeah,
and I say rapidly because
then I think they're just going to try to sink
it will look a little slow over the course of an hour, but for the amount of propellant that they need for this, it's like 10 times more than Falcon 9, I'm pretty sure. And they're doing it in about the same time, if not less, than it takes to fuel a Falcon 9.
But I'm from Germany. Is there any chance for a reseller?
Which is ridiculous.
Chavez, yeah, we've tried.
But we should be able to see the propellant load on the ship.
For a shop our size, it's a really big logistical challenge. For certain items, I really do want to send just like pallets over and have a distribution system for Europe, because I know how expensive the customs get. And so that's what's funny. The one thing with our shop, when you're shopping in Europe, you will see the prices look expensive, but frankly, most of that is your customs and your fees. We do calculate that into our system automatically sees where you're at, adds all of those fees so that it's not a surprise to you. So our old system, and the way a lot of shops actually are, you might have experienced this, you might buy something online, get it shipped, it gets stuck in customs, you wait for a letter to show up that says, hey, you have this thing in customs, you owe us 18 euro, come get it, or 65 euro, and you're like, what? I had no idea, and it gets stuck there and you don't know it's there. We used to have problems with that all the time, and so now our new system at least calculates it for you so that you know the exact amount, and it actually has door-to-door tracking, so you can actually make sure it's going to get to you. By the way, notice that there's big tank farm spool up. What did I say to pay attention to around T-minus 55?
We should
the
see
next thing is if we see venting
frost
on the tower again, that's going to be good news. That will be good news for fuel up. So, yeah. Here we go. These are what we're looking for at T-minus 53 minutes. The ship should start receiving locks. So we'll have to see. So what we'll look for is you'll look for some condensation coming out of the tower, and we'll start to look for frost lines and frost growing on the upper stage. So notice you can kind of see the chopsticks there, up kind of in the middle. You see the fins on the upper stage. You can tell where the upper stage ends, the Starship upper stage ends because of the bottom fins, and then there's the inner stage below that.
Incorrect. It should be T plus 2 seconds.
It looks like in the middle right now, but it's it's about 2/3.
Oh well.
But
this would imply that it lifts off in 1 second, which would be insane.
Okay. But the one time that I'm like,
just
hey,
be a 5-second window from ignition to liftoff.
But so we're going to be looking for venting coming from the tower, and then we're going to start looking for the ship to get frosty, and that should be happening, frankly, in the next 30 seconds or so, hopefully, assuming all things are still go.
Assuming all goes well.
So back to the merch. we try really hard. The things that are worst are things that are heavy.
Man loves to
and
talk about his
valuable,
merch.
like our Falcon 9 model
I want to get
rockets.
some
They are
at some point.
the coolest thing in the world, but unfortunately,
order
they
some.
are also very expensive for our European and friends internationally. Yeah, we do have. Let's see here. 4K. Okay, so we do have the view there, pretty much of the inner stage. If that can even, go a little bit to the right and a little bit up, we'll hopefully get a sense of. We should be seeing some action right there. I'm not seeing anything yet, though. Hey, for not being super high sensitivity ISO, this camera actually does pretty well. A 6K broadcast camera, not really meant for nighttime super low light like this, but that's decent. I'm actually quite surprised. But that's where we're going to be looking here, is right there on. Man, if this was daytime, we'd have incredible views there. I have not reloaded graphics. Let's see if I can do that and see if we can. Do you think the comments are working now? Let's see.
I'm getting
this is
SN11 flashbacks.
And listening to you outside Mission Control. Thanks
This
for
time it's much bigger.
AM. That is fantastic. That is so cool to hear.
Who knows? Maybe SpaceX is a nice high drone shot or something that you can see.
From the Hughes SciTech, why do you describe everything as assets? Kind of corporate cringe, in my honest opinion.
Okay, you see a little venting happening on the tower here.
What were you?
Not a lot. It's a little.
Oh yeah, we do have a vent there now. Yes, so that is good. But I don't know if we're seeing. Right, strobe light right in front of it does obscure it a little bit. What's our other camera looking like? Our night wide. I don't know if that's able or that. We're not seeing.
You have an OLM vent.
I honestly don't know if our thermal camera is working correctly. I don't believe at all that the minimum and maximum temperature range right now is 18°C. You're telling me that the oxygen coming out of the bottom there is 18°C? No way. I don't know if there's a way to reset that, but the good thing is that I think the data on there is still valuable. Go back to the thermal one more time real quick. Because of how bright white the stream coming out of the OLM at the bottom of the rocket there is, I think we have to see. I mean,
no,
that's
if this
cold.
is the minimum,
that's really cold
and
stuff
this is
right
the
there.
maximum, right?
Certainly colder than 19°C. I think our readout is wrong, but I think
this would imply that they're starting with the
us,
header tanks.
So that's good. And as a matter of fact, you can kind of see some white spots. Well, it's hard to tell.
If that's to be believed, they're fueling the header tanks right now.
In theory, we should be into ship LOX load, and I believe we're also into ship fuel load, methane fuel load as well. So we should be seeing things developing on the booster. Or, I mean, on the ship, and then the booster's not until. Can we throw up the thing one more time? The times of the things that we're expecting. So yeah, ship fuel should be going on. Booster won't be coming up until T-minus 42 and 41 minutes, and that'll be a little bit more obvious. But at this point, I'm not really. Oh, that camera just looks so good at night.
That's
good
a cool
at night.
shot.
It's so funny
I like
how these things switch around. Like during the day, this camera still looks great. It's still a good camera, but how all of a sudden all the other ones that looked like absolute crap at night look fantastic during the day. Dang. And we don't have any updates from SpaceX yet, right? I'm double checking Twitter, or I'm double checking X. That just sounds like nothing. So, let's see here.
Lunch?
Ooh, thank you, Sam, in our Discord saying that thermal cameras are prone to reflection, so the silver Starship will make it inaccurate toward the frost line. That is a good point. That is a very good point.
So,
but you'd still think, I don't know. I'm still in the camp that that really, really, really cold gaseous oxygen vents at the
I
bottom
don't
of the OLM
know.
would be so
I'm
cold that
hoping
they're
we start to see
certainly
some
below 18 feet.
frost.
Let's see.
There's so much
sorry, back to the Hughes
venting
SciTech.
coming off of the.
Sorry that assets
vehicle-
sound
not the
corporate
vehicles,
cringe
the
to you,
OLM.
but I mean, I don't know what do you? How else do you describe a bunch of hardware? Do you want us to say a bunch of hardware? I mean, it's all. I personally don't get why people always like want to label everything cringe, but I don't know. You just call them assets because they're assets. It's exactly what they are. From Andy Builds, how much flights until humans fly in Starship? By the way, corn is better in Nebraska. Wait. No, your corn is not better in Nebraska. Iowa is the #1 exporter of corn. Just keep that in mind.
It's a funny tweet.
Yeah, how
the
many flights
NASA
until humans?
administrator should have more power than the
like
president.
2 or 3 dozen Starship flights before humans fly on it.
That would be
We're
insane.
at flight 3. I think by flight 10, this vehicle will already be looking a lot prettier. We'll be doing a lot
flight
more
controls
important
everything.
things, and we'll be a lot more operational. And then they'll just have to prove it out with
theoretically,
rapid cadence.
If all is going according to
learning
plan,
lessons
which
as quickly
it
as
hardly ever
possible.
does, we should
I am
be
not seeing
almost in the
I'm not seeing
booster fuel
anything.
up. Now,
Mary Liz, are we seeing any reports from anyone? Like, you'd think we'd start seeing
the lack of prop load has me
I was expecting to
question.
see a frost line growing already. It does not seem to be the case yet. Well, let's keep going. This is from Aeroplane Specialist. Hey, I am 11 years old.
so
I'm from
we-
Pennsylvania and took 3.
We might
That
see a
is awesome.
delay,
I'm not sure what took 3 is, but awesome. Thank
or
you so
we
much for
might
saying
just
hi. I hope
see a
that you're
scrub for the day.
enjoying
I do
today's
not know what
launch
SpaceX
attempt. I
is
mean, we are
really
as you can
waiting
tell by our
on.
countdown clock coming up on T-minus 45 minutes, hopefully, to the next launch of Starship. And
Unless they just
until we
rapidly
hear
fuel
anything
this.
different, they're moving in. They're moving on. Oh, although look at how much. Is the booster getting frosty? Can we go back to thermal
Is the
cam quick?
booster
Is
getting
thermal cam?
frosty?
Oh, that could be the frost could be just strictly from the COPVs there in the tanks, in the strakes there. That looks to be exactly what that is. So the vehicle is starting to be is pressurizing. However, I don't feel like I'm seeing any frost line on the ship yet. Huh. Dang.
Interesting.
Bradley in our Discord saying, telling.
I'm gonna keep this up, and we're gonna pull up the NASA spaceflight stream again. Sorry.
By now. So all indicators currently point to that, and it would be great if SpaceX could give us some kind of update where they are, what is their concerns. Sometimes I wish I could be a fly in that flight control room, try to know what they're sort of looking at here. Because they said 70% favorable weather, right? But there might be other things, say hardware, software, you name it. And so we'll see.
Yeah, we'll keep watch on here. And also our back channel here, it looks like, Adrian, we've got some weather updates from our NSF meteorologist. What do we got?
Yeah, absolutely. So Adam was so kind to update us about this fog. And first of the situation there is that this is the marine fog that he mentioned on previous briefings. And there's only a small chance, actually, that this will clear until 7:30. So going deeper into the window might be good news for us. I'm just saying, like, there's always a good news about this. And also another update from Adam that he just gave is that there are multiple weather balloons in the air right now around the Brownsville area, collecting more data. So it seems they are really trying to get data in right now and trying to understand the situation if they can go for it.
And Adrian, those balloons are really there to measure the weather at the upper levels of the atmosphere. So we have almost two weather factors we have to deal with here. The weather that we all experience on the ground, the fog.
So
the
knowing
winds on the
that,
ground,
and
but
based
also
on
what is up
fueling seeming like it's taking a little bit longer to Okay. Now, if that's to be believed, it looks like the SpaceX cast won't start until 7:30 a.m. But that's a 6:56. So highly unclear. Highly unclear on what the situation is. Clearly they're not launching right on time. We're too late into the quote unquote countdown. And fueling does not seem like it. It looks like it started and then stopped. So weather is obviously a big concern. Okay. That's kind of a bummer. All right. Well, we'll hang tight here, but do not be surprised if we have to delay this for today. Now, it does seem like weather will be worse later tomorrow, so I don't really know. Luckily, there's plenty of opportunities, so hopefully we'll see this go up in the next little bit. Now, as to why nothing's happening yet, it looks like the tank farm is active, right? So looks like the clouds are pretty sparse at the moment. Not really anything on the IR cam. Man, I guess we'll know for sure here in 5 minutes, give or take. I guess that's what we're gonna know. Technically, SpaceX should go live in 5 minutes. Okay. So, according to their broadcast time, it looks like their live stream will start at 7:30. So, to me, this looks like LIFTOFF is targeting for 8 a.m. Okay. So, if that is to be believed, even, okay. They haven't put in an official announcement about that yet. However, here we go. New liftoff time is 8:02 a.m. Central Time. Official announcement. Sorry, new liftoff time is 8:02 a.m. Central Time. Team is clearing out a few boats. No. No. Oh, that's funny. Why are you like this? No. Why are you like this? That's so sad. It's not even the weather. It's a boat. No. Okay, so I was wondering cuz on Twitter it looked like their live stream got pushed back, but not on the SpaceX website. So yes, fueling has not even started at the moment. 8:02. Why 8:02? Why not 8 o'clock flat? Interesting. So we're once again approaching that T-1 hour mark. This is the longest countdown by far. Let's see. There we go. What's up? Some fishermen didn't care. Yeah. You know, they don't know. Hey, in their defense, okay, it's got to be pretty foggy. So maybe they just didn't see the Starship. Who knows? Who knows? All I know is this is like the third time it's at T-1 hour, so we just kind of wait for it to happen again. I wish I got like another hour or two of sleep, but it's okay. It's all in good fun.
Reentry. Until
yeah, so
we know
with
that,
the
I just don't
onboard
even think we're that
cameras,
worried. They know they can do the flip maneuver.
there are
They know they can do
Starlink
the belly flop
terminals
to tail down landing
on the ship. In fact, I don't. If you look right there, if you can see my, you should be able to see my cursor. There we go.
make sure we can
These are terminals that they have covered with heat shield tiles.
You know, trying to, like,
so
why would they load up and
now what I don't know is can you send a signal through the tiles? I would imagine so, or else they wouldn't cover them up.
They don't even know for sure if it's going to re-enter.
But there should be plenty of onboard shots. Luckily, it looks like the cloud cover isn't that thick. And dare I say the fog is starting to lighten up. Yeah, I mean, they covered them just because those terminals have to be, like, pretty lightweight, I'd imagine, and I would say they're not as strong as, like, regular stainless steel, so they'd probably just burn up on re-entry. Maybe they're hoping for some re-entry shots? That'd be kind of cool. I mean, Falcon 9 can do it, so we'll find out. But that won't be until an hour into flight. Either that or the whole thing tumbles on entry and, you know, loss of signal. But, no idea. Now, this is the third time that we're in this, so what I'm looking for now is once we get to that, about 10 minutes from now, hopefully we actually get into prop load. but no promises. The wayward boat strikes again. We had $1 for every time a random boat interrupted a launch. What are your personal expectations? Okay, so my expectation.
I've never thought of.
What I would assume it is in line with the general community. I don't want to say I'm more of a pessimist, but I rather be pleasantly surprised when things go well, than upset when something goes wrong, because it is a test flight. I do recognize that, but I also recognize that they can only have so many more explosions before there's major delays, right? So I would say liftoff should go as expected. I wouldn't be surprised if they lost an engine or two on ascent. Last time they had all 33 all the way up. So that would, I feel like that's a good standard to have. Have all your engines working. That would be ideal. I think the ascent will more than likely be fine. When we get to hot staging, it'll be rough, but they should have learned from the first one. I would imagine the ship gets away alright. Booster, I would expect a full Boostback burn. In fact, even we'll see it at the descent. Personally, if I had to guess, I wouldn't imagine they FTS the booster, flight termination. So I would see it set up for a landing. As far as the landing burn goes on the booster, I would be equally surprised and not surprised if the landing burn goes according to plan. Now, if the engines are working fine and they don't, it really depends on what they lose during the boost back. If all the engines are fine during the boost back burn, the landing burn is likely to be okay. If they lose a couple, then I wouldn't be surprised if the landing burn doesn't go according to plan, and they at least try to do a controlled descent into the ocean with their grid fence. Kind of on the fence of that one, but for the most part, I actually think the booster is the least of their problems for this one, because there's so much more they have to worry about the ship. Assuming all goes well, I do expect Starship to reach its suborbital insertion for this one. Based on how close they got last time, and so many of their mission objectives require Starship to actually get into space this time. I mean, technically got into space last time, but it also exploded right at the end. So, FTS. I would say that's fine. I would say payload door shouldn't be an issue unless for some reason I got stuck. Raptor relight, and in-space fuel transfer, I don't see it being that bit of an issue. What I don't know is, for the fuel transfer, they have to have some kind of acceleration on the ship to kind of keep the fuel back so they can actually transfer it, because they can't just leave it in 0G. So there's got to be like some kind of cold gas. No, I guess hot. Is it hot gas that they're using? I can't remember if it's hot or cold gas. I think it's a hot gas thruster. I'd have to look. I don't really see that being an issue. That seems like the least of their problems. That would be fine. Getting up until re-entry, that is the part where I would expect something to go wrong, mainly because, it's a gigantic vehicle, with a bunch of heat shield tiles. It's, if they lost, one of their flaps on hypersonic re-entry, I wouldn't be surprised. But at the same time, the space shuttle did actually, have a successful test flight on its first go. Granted, NASA doesn't do the whole iterative design thing, because, it's a government agency and they can't afford, crew losses. So Space Shuttle did survive its first entry. So, you know, we'll see. Let's see. I hope no one... See no FDS in the booster. I hope the ship makes it to attempt re-entry. Yeah, I mean, they're pretty much... I would say booster should be fine in the short of it. Ship is... If we get to the point of entry, I will be pretty happy with this. Granted, you know, I am working towards a electrical engineering degree. I'm not an aerospace major. I'm just, I'd say I'm a casual observer, but I try to learn a lot about this stuff. Now, the tank alarm really looks like it's spooling up. We are at 59 minutes. We should see fuel up starting about 6 minutes from now. On the ship. Switching to the extreme. Yeah. As soon as it's up, it looks like their cast doesn't start until almost 7:30. So I have it pulled up on my phone to keep up with updates and stuff. Right now I just have this up, and then I also have NASA spaceflight and what about it.
They're always in the wrong place. And,
pulled up. Just have different things to watch.
And yeah, you don't want to be underneath what is coming
It
down
also
on
gives
you
me
here,
something
because
else to
you're either
talk
gonna
about
get,
if I hear them say
the
something
entire
interesting.
booster coming into that area, or many pieces of it, and you don't want to be under that. I can just tell you
but
from
I
experience,
personally
just in
prefer
common
the
sense. So
SpaceX
clear those
casting
boats out. Hopefully it
for
doesn't impact things.
actual
I remember
launches.
my first space launch that I attended was STS-133.
One, they have the onboard views.
And there was a
Two,
in that exclusion
it's
zone that
generally
almost held up
quieter.
the mission and almost cost me a whole nother 2 nights in a hotel.
The
But
only
thankfully
person
they
I
got
want
that out of the way.
yapping during my
Taken out.
streams is
So,
me.
quick update here. Go ahead.
Just a quick add also range violations on Boca Chica.
Don't even get me started on that. The lack of YouTube streams is, it's gotta be a crime. But
this is kinda
when the same guy owns both companies, I mean, it was bound to happen.
We are no longer jumping 30 minutes.
But
we just
also the
jumped
quality decrease is, it's really sad.
You know, and,
On the second flight test, there was a lag spike right at liftoff, so you kind of,
just the amount of curiosity
it was really painful.
brings in. And of course, this
It
area
just kind of
was not
jumped
much of
up.
a tourist activity, but not to the extent that it has now.
Hopefully that
So
doesn't
get out in
happen
the
this
water is
time, but I
probably
wouldn't
the
be
best place
surprised
to,
either.
see it, provided you're not violating the safety rules here. And to that end, you know, for many
Now,
folks watching,
their
we
countdown
often get
clock
comments about, hey, what's it like to see this in person? And I have seen now, I
is
think,
actually a little bit
7 rocket launches in
slower
person.
than what
The largest rocket I
is
saw
actually
being
happening.
launched was the Artemis mission.
It's supposed to be
that happened about a
8:02.
year or so ago.
That
And
implies
what's
an
amazing is
8:10
just how
liftoff,
big these
right?
rockets are.
So,
and you don't
you
realize
know.
it watching on screen here, just the scale of what you're looking at here. So here's some images.
Shifting T0 to give a few more minutes to give boats time to clear out of the area. Now targeting 8:10 a.m. Bruh.
It is taller than the
Never
Space
doubt
Shuttle,
NASA
obviously, taller than
spaceflight.
Falcon 9, taller than Electron.
480p is a
This
crime, I know.
essentially a large building with rocket engines on it that goes up. And, excuse me, I'm coughing here.
But yep,
but when I
they've
went to
shifted it
see
back
all
a
this,
little bit
launch,
longer
and we were 3 miles away
for
at
the
NASA
good
press
old
site from it, and you may as well be right next to it because it's that
boats
big that
once again.
you can
It's not
see so
even
much
weather.
detail
They're not
even
even
from
like
that
quoting
distance.
weather as an
Josh
issue.
is 7 miles away right now on the roof of the hotel. I would imagine what he's
Boats
seeing is very
were an
similar to,
issue with
the kinds of
the
things that I saw with
suborbital
yourself. Because you're not
flights
right on
all the
top of it,
time.
and you can't for
I
safety
don't
reasons be right on top of
recall
it.
them being an
These
issue
rockets
with
are enormous, and
Flight
the
1 and
ground
2
systems, too,
for
are
orbital
just as
launches.
complicated. Here's a good
I
example.
do
Stack
recall
Liberty,
ship fueling
Big
being an
Ben,
issue. They kept
Pyramid
having
of
issues
Giza,
with
all of them
pressurization,
not as
and
tall
they'd have to
as,
hold at T-minus
Starship
40
here,
seconds.
So it is extensive. Alex, can we talk about the ground systems that go into this? Because
What
the
happened?
rocket
Because
is one
the
thing,
Flight
but
1
you
was
can't
supposed to
launch
go up on
without
April
ground systems, as we
17th,
saw with, SpaceX.
and
There's a lot of
it was either
issues with the
weather
ground
or
systems on
some
Starship.
pressure. I think it was a pressure issue.
Now we're putting
I don't ever remember
the
boats
graphics. I
being
was
that
actually
big of an
gonna
issue
because I had something
for the last
sort of
2
in my
attempts.
mind here. I think those tanks we showed.
I could be wrong. It's been a while.
On that
No, I was thinking about this
relay,
yesterday, where the
sort of
second one was
carrying
in
Starship
November,
rockets.
and
I
it's
believe those
March
tanks are
now, and the
actually
first one was
larger
almost a
than
year
Electron,
ago at this point.
at least taller than Electron.
Doesn't feel like a year, but it's almost been a year.
Way wider. They're 12 meters in
Me?
shape,
So I'm in
but 12
Central
meters in
Time,
diameter.
so
And then you can see,
about
so
5
the
a.m.,
water is used
give or
for the
take.
pressurization
So I've been
system
up for about 2 hours.
that water is not the one for the deluge system, by the way, but it is used
For Flight
what we
2,
call
I
actually the
ended up
ventilation
pulling
system.
a
This is
all-nighter, which
essentially
was
at
kind of a
230
mistake.
seconds,
I
there's
was
this,
super tired, so I tried to go to
mist of
bed a little bit
nitrogen
early.
with water that is sprayed
Earlier,
underneath the engines. It sort of
mind you.
works very similar to the to essentially
Eastern.
how on the SLS or on the shuttle you had those.
Yeah, I mean, I try to get up to about 2 hours
So that
before
is basically
liftoff.
what it does. It just tries to burn
That way I
off.
can
In
watch
case
the
of
whole
sparks, they
fuel
burn
up
off
cycle.
the remaining hydrogen
Took the
underneath
day off work.
engines. In the case of that detonation suppression system, what it does is it essentially displaces the remaining methane.
I mean, I would, in a perfect world, I would hope they go up
those
today.
are the actual water tanks, and the gaseous nitrogen that is used for the
It
water deluge
looks like the
system.
weather is not
So
ideal
that was sort of
for
the
Friday.
water that was used on these system.
So if they don't do it today, I would argue they don't go up at least until Saturday. But even then, it may not even be until later than that. So it's kind of today or bust right now. Otherwise, we just
lots of interesting
wait a little bit.
things
It
that are
does look
going
like
on
it's
here.
clearing
You'll
up
be
a
able
little
to
bit though.
not just load with
It's hard to
performance
say
with
what the
also
fog is
protect,
like,
right?
but
That
at least according to
detonation
this
suppression
shot, it
system, very
seems
important. They found out
less
that the hard
dense.
way, I guess.
Now
With
pushing
Booster
later into the
7,
window
it conducted a
might
spin prime
do them
test,
some
and there
favors.
was a lot of residual gases, methane in the air, and it detonated essentially. So that is
You know, if we can at least see liftoff, that's great. I don't know what that upper level. I mean,
methane in the
it's
air.
not perfectly clear.
Quite a wide angle view. I wonder what will happen now.
At least it's not like super dense anymore. It looks light enough to where you can see the vehicle.
Sized rocket, but there are much larger buildings, as you can see there. Yesterday I saw we had earlier.
I love these size comparisons.
Of the not Liberty Tower, excuse me, the Statue of Liberty.
Right.
And
the Starship is small compared to the Empire State Building.
People compare
it's
these
funny.
rockets to the Statue of Liberty, and what I found out is actually the Statue of Liberty is just too small. There you see much larger engines.
Once again, we are under an hour. Hopefully for the last time.
We've been going for a while here.
There you can see. It's because I'm already like looking at all.
I do pray that this clock doesn't go back to over an hour.
Thanks, Ryan, for those overlays.
I believe we have tower vent. I think I see a tower vent.
Okay.
Nice.
So if the tower's venting.
We are now just under an hour, and it appears as though fueling is underway.
We might just see a.
Okay.
But the tower vents basically is the chill down of the lines that will be used for the fueling. So the fact that it returns here and
we're gonna
see
hang
some
in there
activity
a
at least
little
on
bit
the tower
longer.
That's a good sign. That's a really good sign, and that's what we want to see because change at this point means they are progressing.
That's pretty
because
foggy.
we know they are holding, right? So every single change is at least partial progression. Of course, they could still be holding again, but I like this. I like signs that
Under
are
an hour.
in a good direction.
Right, and what's
theoretically,
is that we can actually
once
see
again,
stuff now. So
let's
if you've
see.
been watching for a few hours, this popped in
about
now,
5
you couldn't see
minutes, they
anything.
should start
So the fact that you can see the rocket at all is very helpful on the
Of
weather
course,
side
I've said that
because
about
we,
3 times
know
now.
that,
So,
SpaceX would prefer to watch their rocket go off
and the last 2 times I've been wrong. So knock on wood. 3rd time's the charm here.
Here, what we got is a close-up view of that launch tower. We have a lot of chilled fuel that hasn't yet been loaded in, but you do have some condensation developing from that. And what we're looking for really is the start of fueling. And I know, Alex, we talked briefly about the new fueling process here, but this fueling process is different than the last mission we saw.
Yeah, so this...
Let's see. In fact, I want to go back. Seeing the frost would make the turn. Yeah, that's why I want to go see.
Supposed to begin at least
Okay, he's he's just showing his parts right now. I'm looking. I want to see that IR camera again. To see the frost. The tower vent looked promising though.
Subject to change. Again, the latest reported T0 was 8:10 a.m. Central, so we are basically counting down to that time.
some boat watchers are really
that we are counting to,
you know. No, I don't know what the punishment is for like interrupting launch operations. I would assume I don't think that's like punishable by arresting. I would assume there's probably a hefty fine with that.
It is not until the level of the fluid has gone above the weld line of that dome.
Unless you're like a multiple time offender or something.
Touching the walls of the tank. So
that vent looks pretty significant.
From the start of propellant load on the ship, so that is actually the first tank of all four.
Now, if this timeline's to be believed, about 3 minutes, give or take. Not too serious of an offense. Yeah, I mean, it's a major inconvenience, is what it is. But I would assume there's probably some fine with it because it's. I don't know who enforces the not Mars. The Notice to Mariners.
Conditioning it and keeping it cold.
Coast Guard, maybe? That's my thoughts on that. Especially if there's an accident. I mean, yeah, obviously there's no actual, like, line in the water, right? So it's hard to know. But, you know, there is, unless somebody's, like, going full speed at, you know, the direction of the rocket.
And we are keeping an eye on things. Right now, we're looking at just under an hour from
a little foggy still.
T0 announcement from SpaceX. So we went from having the T0 moved in 30-minute increments up. Now we're looking at 8 minutes. There is essentially a 110-minute window, about a 2-hour window that SpaceX is working with here that started at 7 a.m. Central Time here in the United States. We still have some margin here in the window as we.
I had a heart attack. I thought I saw.
Alex, you got something?
9:02 a.m. Then I realized, oh wait, that's Eastern. That's funny. Be a multi-million-dollar accident.
10 a.m. Central. That was the last update from SpaceX. So they still have 40 minutes remaining on that window.
Yeah, it would be it'd be pretty hefty. Oops, accidentally interrupted your little launch operations there. And wasted all your fuel. My bad.
Yeah. And Adrian, why should we be worried about cloud cover? Beyond the fact that we can't see the rocket through it.
Well, cloud cover can, depending on what kind of clouds, can actually be a violation for a rocket launch. It always depends on the exact size of the cloud, the exact, like, what you.
No, if weather were an issue, like they're talking about cloud cover, I would assume it would be a. They wouldn't be going for it at this point. Technically, we're inside the launch window now. We entered the launch window 15 minutes ago. And so, you know, but given what they have said so far, I would assume we're good. Now, winds might be a little concerned as we kind of push into the morning here a little bit, but it seems like the clouds might lighten up as we kind of get closer to liftoff here. Of course, I can always find out. So about 8:30, give or take. Not great. You know, the visibility is kind of bad, but although the visibility will be perfectly clear, I somehow doubt that. It seems like the fog will at least lighten up. Are you still okay? Maybe you pull up your IR cam? That's what here we go. get your COPVs right here. That's what they're kind of getting chilly. So we should start to see fuel up here soon, because we're about to enter that kind of window for fuel up. And something to keep in mind is too, it does take about an hour to fuel this up still. So if they don't start soon enough, then they can't even launch. So we're kind of at the we're slowly beginning to approach that hard deadline, to where if they don't start in time, then there's just no launch happening today. But like always, we keep an eye on it and see what's happening. So theoretically, we should start to have some amount of fuel up happening. Opera over Chrome? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I switched to Opera like a couple years ago now. I personally I don't really care for all the bells and whistles. I like the UI better. That's pretty much all it boils down to. That's why I still use it. I like some of the integration you have on the side here. It actually comes in handy. But I like the UI. That's pretty much all it is. Which might be a bad take, but you know, it works. Tried to make the switch. I'm too used to it. Yeah, see, I never used Chrome for that long anyways. For the longest time, I just used Edge, which, not great, but then I got Chrome for a couple years, then I was like, it's okay. But now, the only reason I don't switch off of Opera is just because I've been using it long enough to where I'm like, it's what I know. Now, I see flashing lights here. What I can't tell, is that a police car on land, or is that, like, boats? I know not. Now, theoretically, in a perfect world, fuel up will start.
Needed to do again that study, but they have all the previous data, and now they actually have data from flight tests of vehicles breaking up and stuff like that. So that helps.
It does help, and we have some more news from Adam, our weather guy here at NSF. A new balloon is in the air from SpaceX. I think we have some graphics here. There is the data from the balloon, and we have some interpretation of this data, because to me it looks like a bunch of lines on a page, but there is data there. So data is showing that there are strong winds aloft, but that's not much of a problem, as that is speed shear. The directional shear is what they're looking for, and it doesn't appear as bad as the models showed. And also, more of a delay with the sun coming up could help the fog just a bit. So I think, at least from my interpretation of what I just read, Adrian, it looks like the weather is moving in a positive direction here.
Yippee!
Yeah, I think this in combination with the fact
that for installing Edge is a great browser for getting off of Edge. that is very true. It's got all the tools you need to stop using it. I don't know. I don't uninstall it though, because in the event that something catastrophic goes wrong, having it as like a system-built browser to just use comes in handy.
So, see, by this time we should have already seen some frost on.
Now I hear this thing.
We're seeing that tower vent coming off every now and then. Boy, it seems like it cut off now. We're seeing that tower vent coming up, and it usually means that. I'll backtrack here. So currently, doesn't look like they are fueling the ship. It doesn't look like they are loading propellants onto the ship.
They might push it back. This might be an end-of-window liftoff, which is a little sad, because I will have to cut the stream kind of mid-flight.
Frosty by now, but it isn't. So it obviously means that we are in some sort of delay.
If we're even going
they're
up.
probably still clearing those boats, I guess, out in the Gulf of Mexico. It is not official. That's always important to reiterate that it is just based on the things that we have seen in the past, and it doesn't
Surely
look like
there's no more
we are
wayward
yet
boats,
on.
right? Of course, there's one more thing I can check. This will probably be good, right? If I can see this. Okay, their last update did state an 8:10 liftoff time. So I'm looking to see if I can find another post. There is a wait. Is that right? 30 minutes. 7:52. 8:02. Okay. So it looks like their T0 is targeting 8:22 a.m. So they delayed it once again. And the reason I know that is because I'm looking at the X stream start time, which is 30 minutes before liftoff. So there is another 10-minute delay. Okay. So we are we're gonna hold on here, and I mean we're kind of starting to approach the end of today's launch window. I mean they have about an hour and a half, but it's an hour to fuel, so they only have about 20 extra minutes to play with, give or take. So okay. Well, hopefully those boats get cleared out in time. Up here's the SpaceX. Oh, okay. Here's good news. I bring good news. And I quote, the Starship team is go for prop load, but keeping an eye on winds, now targeting 8:25 a.m. for liftoff. I knew winds were going to be a little issue as we got into the later chunk of the morning here. But they are going, it looks like they're going to be starting prop load here soon. So we just now hit the T-minus 60-minute mark for the 5th time today. I'm kind of getting tired of it. They're doing a little bit of trolling today. Back up to, well, technically we're under an hour again, so which means fingers crossed, maybe we start fuel up in an hour. I was kind of hoping though that we'd have this start of window launch because it would still be dark and the you know, you kind of get different views. Granted, you weren't going to see anything anyways because of this fog. True. But man, maybe we get some progress here. They did say they're go for prop load, which means the boats are out of the area, which means even if it's windy, they can still do a fuel up, which I'd imagine they do anyways. Just in the event that they can go. So hopefully this time for real. If I had how many times have I said that now? You know, we are good to go. But that's, you know, that's a good way to kind of check for delays. Just look for the stream start time. Once again, 5 minutes till fueling. Okay, that's a big tower bin. That is what we wanted to see. Give or take an hour ago. So
to the tower. But now you can see there
that big tower vent there tells me they're really chilling down the tower this time. So we'll actually start to see some thrust. Maybe something happens. Maybe.
For the last 2 hours or so of us looking at these vents and going, this doesn't look right.
It is really cloudy out there still. I was hoping it wouldn't be, but maybe that weather will calm down and they just go for it. See, Starship should be a fairly beefy vehicle overall. So yeah, wind is an issue. I bet it has a higher tolerance to it than Falcon 9 does, though. So either their constraints are super tight, just trying to be careful, or the winds are that bad. I don't know. I'm not down there. I'm inside, so. Yeah, look at that vent go. I thought I saw a spark there, but it's just the strobe light. I'm starting to wake up too, which is good. As I think seeing this vent go off like that makes me believe that we're actually gonna start seeing some fuel up.
You sell yourself short, sir. You can do it. So, Adrian, go ahead.
So the thing is, I think both Alex and I are also blessed with probably 2 left hands each. So
that's a good comparison. This is about the same weather that we saw during the SN15 launch, which, to be fair, that was a successful test flight. So hey, maybe that's a sign. I don't know.
We believe we are about 55 minutes or so, away from launch of Starship Flight 3. And what we're waiting on now
about an hour. Okay.
To begin, which it looks as though it is very close to
Starbase, 1,500 miles away, so it'll be sometime before you. Yeah, I mean, I'm still about 5 hours north of Starbase from where I am right now. It's still, because I'm also in Texas. Brownsville is ridiculously far south. I've been there once, just before Flight 1. So I know the size of these vehicles. It is insane. Because I've seen this, and I've seen the Saturn V a couple times. So I know kind of about what the size are. But it is really hard to grasp. Like, the cameras never do it justice. It kind of it's a bit wider than what I think the cameras actually show, and I mean, obviously everything's downscaled, right, in footage since we're back, but it's massive. It's a humongous monster. And it logically, like, it almost doesn't make sense for something this big to fly, and yet it flies anyways. According to all known laws of aviation, the Starship should not be able to fly. The Starship, of course, does not care, and flies anyways.
Because what they want to do is, they want to launch multiple tankers, use these tankers to probably tank up a depot, and then that depot will be used to tank up the HLS lander for the moon.
Well, yeah, I mean, Starbase now is still a lot different from when I saw it a year ago. Pretty much, I went there when the mid bay was still up, and before they started building the second mega bay. No, they were building it. It wasn't finished yet, though. But really before Star Factory started getting built at all. Now that's almost complete, and all the tents are gone. I will miss those little tents. You know, I remember watching the Starhopper flights a while ago now. I've been pretty consistent to watch every single flight. just because I mean, I personally view it's really important, right? This is history in the making, and if Starship really is what it's supposed to be, then remembering how kind of all of this started is, you know, super important. I see. I never watched the shuttle launches as a kid. I really only got into space about it was my first launch I just watched for fun, not just seeing it on the news or something, was the Falcon Heavy test flight when they put the Tesla Roadster into space. I thought the idea of that was so ludicrous that I don't know. I got what's the saying? You got the bug? I got the bug. Okay. Now that vent is massive. Now we should be kind of undergoing prop load. Unfortunately, missed IFT-1. Yeah, I mean, IFT-1 was ridiculous because first flight of Super Heavy, right? Did they? I think they. No, I think I missed the Super Heavy hop that they did. I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure they did that. The single engine one. I think. Yeah. I don't know. There was so much going on that I missed that. Okay, those vents are massive. It's so hard to see. I assume there's some frost lines on the ship at this point. We should be within 30 minutes now until the start of the SpaceX cast.
And the system is evolving in each iteration here too. So the timeline might
Let's see here.
The fueling time in which the time it takes to fuel this rocket up.
I need to like bookmark this.
Can we? I'm sorry, I have an update. Can we go to the white view again?
Oh yeah. Now the
tower vent. Because the tower vent has stopped, which means most likely, Starship is in fueling for the third flight test.
All right, here we go. So this is it.
Okay, they haven't pushed back the stream again, which
there's still some remnants there. You see, it's venting like a little bit of
tells me that so far so good. Maybe we have the the wide, not the wide cam, the IR cam is what I'm interested in. Let's refresh this here. Ah, okay. So this is it's warm at the base. Oh look, it's the IR cam looks like it was picking up cold at the QD arm, which would imply that the ship is starting to get fueled.
You can see the ship QD there going from the tower to the ship, and right at that area we will see a frost ring forming very soon. That's basically the area of interest right now, where we are having a close eye on, because
fingers crossed. I mean, this is the moment.
Should appear any second now. That's
any second now.
Usually this goes pretty fast. Once they are going into fueling, this basically happens in minutes.
Here we go. Here's the official announcement. Propellant load underway of Starship's upper stage. Propellant load of Starship's upper stage is now underway. Yippee! Okay. No, it's at 7:34 a.m. So they have now begun fuel up, which is good. That means you're probably confident enough about the weather to start fuel up. So we'll see. I've been live for almost 2.5 hours now. Oops. You know, my plan was to stream for about 2 hours, give or take. I was hoping we'd be well into flight. You know, in a perfect world, we'd be talking about Starship Reentry by now. But it's fine. It's space flight. All this kind of happens anyways. It's gonna be an interesting year, though. I don't know. It's kind of weird because for several years ago, you would have thought that this is the year that we were supposed to go and land on the moon again. Not the case. I think now it's like 2026 or 7, give or take. I personally don't foresee it until 2028. The reason I say that is because that was the initial Artemis. I guess it was the. What was Artemis called before? It was called Artemis. I forget. But that was the initial moon landing date before it got moved up during the Trump administration / Jim Bridenstine as national administrator. Jim was cool though. He was very inspiring. No. So that got moved up a lot, but at the very least, I think it kind of got the ball rolling towards that direction. But realistically, when you move something up ahead of like 4 years of an expected time, that doesn't work. Usually things get delayed, so we're kind of seeing it get pushed back to that initial time now. I would say by 28, if we're not on the moon, by then we'd have to be close. I mean, I guess in a way you could argue that SLS is ready. Starship is finally starting to see some action. My confidence in a moon landing anytime soon will highly depend on these next couple of test flights. I mean, Falcon 1 took 4 flights on its 4th try, then it got to orbit, but, you know, I was hoping Starship would do it in 1 or 2 goes, but we're on Flight 3. But I think that's also why there's got to be some pressure on them to perform, right, to make sure that this goes smoothly. Alright, T-minus 45 minutes in the flight, we should be in that good old prop load now. Still not really seeing much of frost lines, give or take. But SpaceX themselves said they're in prop load.
Some frost to develop on the outside of Starship as fueling has begun, according to SpaceX. So we will keep an eye on things. Hey, I had a super chat question here that I thought would be interesting to answer, and maybe I'll talk to Alex. Juan Lambers wants to know, there are lots of aircraft flying above Brownsville per Flight Tracker 24. Could this cause any issues for launch? And I would imagine, just like the Mariner notices, we also have no-fly zones here too. So you could probably safely fly within the proximity, provided you don't cross into that zone, right?
Yeah, I just got notified. Thank you, Ryan Weber.
I'm noticing this little bit of something like flying off the QD. I think it's probably an insulator. That's my guess. Maybe they should have checked that. It must not be that big of a concern. I'm assuming they have a camera on that.
This is the indication that the ship load has started, and then they tweeted about it. So we're gonna wait for that. But I'm gonna answer your question here about the flights over Brownsville should be good because the TFRs, the temporary flight restrictions, to our missions, those are over mostly over the ocean.
I mean, I personally would have expected something by now.
Fortunately, is far enough away at least that it is not within that area, that zone. So those should be good to go. And frankly, probably Brownsville Airport. It's not a busy airport. They're probably thankful that it doesn't cover the airport like on other.
Here we go.
We just got the confirmation. Propellant load of Super Heavy Booster is underway. So
can we go to the ship? Can we go to the ship?
Did they?
Yeah, to the close
Did-
up on
huh?
the QD, please?
Surely.
If that's possible. I see a frost ring, I think.
Yep. Okay. So SpaceX did just say prop load of super heavy boosters underway, and right there, that looks like that starts to see. Aha! Excellent. That looks a little chilly to me. Ah, all right. Now is the time to start getting excited, because now we're not really playing the waiting game as much. So 7:52 a.m. in about 10 minutes is when we should see the stream go up for the SpaceX cast. Then we'll switch over and get that get those views in. But that's promising. That's good. It's very promising. Now the fact that they can do all of this in like under 40 minutes is kind of ridiculous. That's a lot of propellant to put under. That QD arm is being put to work.
Basically propellant loading to T0, and they will start the boost at 42 minutes. So this is where we are right now. So both stages are now being loaded.
And even if they're not
okay.
they can get off. Sorry, go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, I was gonna highlight what you said, Adrian, that it looks like they may have tweaked a bit here.
Now we hang in there.
Start of these loadings on both vehicles. It is pretty much still what they have published, but just off by a few minutes here and there, and based on the previous, it's completely normal though that when based on the previous flight, and there's also a new.
I bet that's an antenna right here. Either that or some sort of sensors, where these heat shield tiles are. I don't think those are the Starlink terminals, because those are at the top. So that's probably some sort of measurement data. I don't know where they keep like the flight computers and stuff though. I know it's internal. I just don't know where. Maybe inside the payload bay? I don't know.
Starship Flight 3 in fueling mode right now. So we are about 40 minutes from what SpaceX says is the T0 launch time. They still have some margin in the launch window here, which extended from
No, at this point, if they did a hold right before liftoff, that would be okay, because that would give them a little time to work with weather.
Space fog generating from ship as it gets fueled. We've got super chilled fuels.
Okay, so this looks like not cloud fog. This to me looks like the fuel tanks. Because of all the new condensers that they have.
That is what's happening. We are feeling pretty confident that SpaceX is going to try to push to launch here because they are fueling the rocket. It does take some time to do that. And Alex, we got an update?
Looks like the booster is already frosty. I see.
All right, under 40 minutes to go.
There you go. Thank you, operator.
And we now are rapidly approaching that
Mostly sure that the oxygen tank is also frosty. The problem is lower down in booster,
that's funny.
there's all of the tank fog
Can
in
I
the way, so we'll probably have to
hide
wait a
that?
little bit
No.
until that frost grows and be able to see
What?
that frost from the liquid oxygen tank. But
That's funny. I'm gonna move that like either out of the way or.
Frost on the methane tank on the ship as well. You can see there.
I don't even know what's causing that to be.
We have all of the 4 main tanks of Starship Super Heavy completely.
There we go.
Well underway in that propellant load sequence. Frosty.
Nope. I'm a great streamer. There we go.
As we get more further along, and this is something, by the way, that
Let's try and clear up the views here. Make sure the screen isn't super cluttered with stuff.
So this is becoming part of, I don't want to say the routine, but it's becoming something that SpaceX is.
Okay, excellent. So far, so good. We're going to. I mean, that's fine. I just want to see.
Given what they've seen. And Adrian, you know, one of the
Whatever,
things I'm
that's
thinking
fine.
about here, we've been hosting the countdown to launch shows here live on NSF over the last week or two. We have not struggled to find things to talk about because if I got you guys on, we can always find something to talk about. But it felt to me as though the run-up to this launch had far less uncertainty in it. It seemed like there's procedures in place now that are kind of getting locked in as to how.
I love that Starhopper is still here after all this time. And it survived so much. I'm pretty sure they use it as like a weather radar now. I think it's a camera right there at the very tip.
Get a bit closer to
That's
where
what it
you
looks
wanna
like.
go. There's this one. There's not really a one final design, but there's one design where they at least get to the point where they can load payload. They get to this operational phase, and with every single
Okay,
launch,
well we should see the SpaceX cast
one click launch.
happen
So
pretty
it's
soon.
doing 10 test launches, and
They're well into fueling now.
every single launch from here on iteration, and we saw this with the process.
I don't really know.
Actually talked about this earlier today.
Kind of letting NSF do most of the yapping for me for a few minutes here as I kind of just chill out and
They just said we are going for on the 14th, and basically as soon as they said that, as soon as they got that, we
that's
had
a
this
good
really
tweet.
methodical
Yeah, that's funny.
approach to the 14th, and yeah, it seems they're getting there. They're understanding this vehicle more. Of course, we are still talking about the biggest rocket of
Now,
all
according to
time.
Scott Medley, he says that the weather is not being cooperative.
This is still a huge endeavor to fuel this vehicle. We are
So,
talking about 5,000 tons of propellant. It's getting this ready is still a huge challenge. And also to put this caveat here,
winds might
like something could go wrong during fueling.
be an issue.
Valves are a thing. It only needs one valve stuck and frozen, and suddenly you have a problem. So this is an enormous achievement that they get this down to this methodical approach. And yeah, I'm really happy.
Hopefully not.
It's fantastic.
I mean, as much as I like watching a WDR, I kind of want to see this fly.
Talking about their new Vulcan rocket, and you know, one of the things I had asked him was, you know,
But we'll see. Only one way to really find out. I'm sure the first thing we'll hear on their cast is say, we're keeping an eye on the winds from good old John Instrucker.
SpaceX, Alex, is a very different process, right?
Yeah, they try to get what you know it's called in the industry the minimum viable product, right? Where it's sort of like.
But yeah, we are now we're now underway for fueling. It's so hard to see like what is
It is a really complex vehicle. Trying to develop
fog versus clouds versus venting.
Long time to be able to, you know, analyze everything. That will take a huge amount of time, money.
Let's see here, bookmarks.
On, you know, doing some analysis. It's not like it didn't do
Okay, they moved up their cast by 1 minute, which means we should actually start to. We should be able to their Twitter page. Okay, I should be able to go ahead and watch 7:52 a.m. I'll refresh when that happens, but we should see that be pretty soon.
Atmosphere doesn't damage the booster.
Oh yeah,
Starship,
look
on
at
the other
that.
hand, made out of stainless steel instead of aluminum, can just
So even though there's not frost,
so they're hoping similar. Actually, you know, a similar thing happens even with.
Even though there's not really frost happening.
Rocket Lab's Electron, they just let
well,
that thing
sorry.
Re-enter.
This is the methane tank, isn't it? This is the LOX tank right here.
Little beefening up of the
so it looks like they're pretty well underway into
and they just
fuel
let
up.
it happen. They just let it happen.
That's actually really cool.
And,
I love that IR cam.
Pretty crazy.
3 degrees Celsius.
So that's what Starship's hoping to do. Is just basically super heavy booster will just re-enter.
Now, that can't be right because
And,
it has
yeah.
to be well below
So-
0
And then simulate a landing burn. So that's what we're expecting to see
for
out of
the
booster
IR cam.
today.
So it might be reading the...
Scott Manley is reporting that weather is not cooperating right now. Yeah. Let's see here. So,
like, based on what I saw last night, it does look like...
Look at that. I love that you can literally
It does
see
look
exactly
like
where it's at.
weather was going to be a little issue as we kind of pushed into later into this morning. What happened here? Did the SpaceX website just die? Okay, alright, we're chilling. Life is okay. That could have been really awkward. I mean, I can imagine there's a lot of people like on their site.
They are live. Okay, that's good news. We will be bringing.
I just checked that. Are you lying to me? Oh, did I have to click on it? Brother.
Looking at a live view of Starship, the world's most powerful
Okay.
launch vehicle,
Time for that.
and by far the biggest flying object
at least
ever
it's
made.
1080p.
We're currently at T plus 31 minutes and 24 seconds, awaiting our third flight test of Starship from Starbase, Texas, or what we here at SpaceX like to call the Gateway to Mars. Thanks for tuning in. We're excited to be joining you from SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. Now, it's just been 100...
Put my webcam down a little bit so you can see the...
You can tell the crowd is already
Camera
excited
involved.
behind us. Now, it's only been 117 days since our last Starship test.
Someone's
and for those
excited.
of you following along, you'll know there's nothing more exciting, as you can hear, than to watch a
No John Insprucker? Sad.
That's absolutely right. Flight test days guarantee the maximum level of
I'm gonna
excitement, as you
close
can
out
hear
this,
behind us. And if it all goes well, Starship will lift off just about 30 minutes from now. We're hoping to surpass what we achieved in flight test number 2 back in November of last year. But regardless of today's outcome, the goal is to
okay, so
collect
the fog
as much
doesn't
data
look
as
as
possible,
bad
and that'll
anymore.
help us get one
Clouds
step
look a
closer
little bit
to a fully
dense,
operational Starship.
but we can at least
now,
see
Starship, what you
liftoff
see
in
on your screen, is the
fingers
latest and largest
crossed
vehicle
that we
developed
get
to date by
the,
SpaceX and
in-flight
in the
cams.
world ever. Compared to Saturn V, the rocket that first took astronauts to the
Look how much
moon,
venting
Starship
there is,
has
how
more
they've
than
upgraded
twice
that.
the
That's
thrust,
insane.
and with some upgrades that are planned for the future, it'll have 3 times the
Ah.
thrust.
Starship will allow us to
All right,
fly
for
the
the
heaviest
first time
payloads ever
today,
flown, land humans on the
for
moon
this
again
launch
after
attempt,
more than a half
really,
century,
of
and
Flight
ultimately
3,
fly
we're
humans
under
further
30
into space
minutes.
than ever before, even to Mars.
Thank
But the
God.
most important thing about Starship is that it's designed to be a fully, rapidly
been, like,
reusable, reliable
over
rocket,
an hour
or
for
what we like
over
to call
5
the 4
times,
Rs.
so
And we'll talk more about those
in-
later in the webcast.
into
But before we
fueling.
dive into the details of today's test, let's recap the achievements of our last integrated flight test, Flight 2. All 33 Raptor engines on the Super Heavy booster started up successfully and,
Flight 2
for the first
footage.
time, completed a full duration burn during ascent. As you can see here, we saw amazing views of each Raptor engine burning during that
I don't know.
ascent, which
I
is something
like
awesome because we don't get
how
to
they
see
have
that
the
with
countdown
Falcon
clock
and
up
its
here, but I
Merlin
wish they had the same
Now, next, Starship
UI
executed a
for,
successful hot stage separation,
Falcon
powering
says they
down
do
all
for-
but 3
or,
of
I wish they had the
Super
same
Heavy's
UI
Raptor
for
engines
Starship as
and
they do for the
successfully
Falcon
igniting the
launches
6
with the-
second
like
stage
the
Raptor engines before
thing
the
at the
vehicle
bottom.
separated.
That'd be cool.
This is the first time this
I've been waiting
technique
for
has
that.
been done
But at the same
successfully
time,
with a
they
vehicle
also have
of this
new
size
UI
and scale.
for this one
Following
for
separation,
telemetry,
the Super Heavy
showing all the
booster
engines.
successfully
So
performed its
I
flip
like it.
maneuver and initiated the Boostback burn. However, about 30 seconds into that burn, it experienced a rapid, unscheduled
oh, you can see the
disassembly
engine
or run.
explode. That's
Got
cool.
SpaceX speak for an exciting end to the booster's journey.
That's some
The likely
cool,
cause was
cool
determined to be filter blockage where liquid oxygen is supplied to the engines. So, we've upgraded hardware inside the oxygen tank
who
to
dropped the
improve
fork?
filtration capabilities in our
I heard
boosters,
somebody drop a
including
fork.
the one that's out on the pad today. Vehicle breakup occurred more than 3.5 minutes into the flight, about 90 kilometers over the Gulf of Mexico, so well away from people.
Now, on Starship, the 6 second-stage Raptor engines all started successfully at separation, and everything was going normally in the ship's climb to space until about 7 minutes into the flight, when we began a planned vent of excess liquid oxygen propellant. To simulate the mass of a payload and get
Wait, so they had so many better views and they just hid them away?
That we needed to get rid of or vent before re-entry.
Unless it's
Once we started venting, though, a leak developed that caused fires, which eventually cut the connection between the flight computers on the ship, and that caused the 6 Raptor engines to shut down before we had finished the full burn. That was detected as a mission rule violation by the autonomous flight safety system, which triggered the flight termination system and led to vehicle breakup.
Starship's second flight test nearly completed its full duration burn.
Oh, this is flight 3.
It ended at an altitude of
Look
about
at that
150
drone
kilometers
footage.
and a velocity of
Shout out to the
24,000
drone
kilometers
pilot.
per hour, officially making
That's
it the
awesome.
first Starship to reach outer space. Like the booster, we've made upgrades to Starship's upper stage based on Flight 2 learnings, such as improved leak reduction, fire protection, and changing the operations to increase reliability.
Now, back at the launch site, the new
27 minutes to
water-cooled
go.
flame deflector and other pad upgrades performed as
It's
expected.
finally
So the
time to
pad
wake up.
required minimal
They don't seem like they're
post-launch
yapping
rework.
about wind
And that's
too
a
much,
big reason
which
why we are ready to fly again
promising.
today. The ground support systems are
Dare I
designed for
say?
rapid turnaround of the launch pad between flights, and the improvements we've made ahead of Flight 3 are getting us closer to
Okay,
that
so
goal.
you can see here's the
And that
4
brings
antennas
us to today's test.
for Starlink
The test
right here.
profile and the burn timeline are very similar to test number 2, with one major difference. The ship will attempt to splash down in the Indian Ocean rather than the Pacific. This puts us on a steeper
Kinda
trajectory
nervous,
than past flights
because
and lets us
there's a
taste
lot of pressure on
test
this one.
capabilities.
I know
that
I
we'll
don't
need for
work
the
for
future,
SpaceX.
like lighting a Raptor in space
I like to
while
think this is
maximizing
a
public safety. So let's take a
global
closer look
effort
at
of
the
everyone
flight
watching.
test profile. Now, about
Uh,
26 minutes
just
from
the
now, Super
community
Heavy will
support, I'd
ignite its
imagine, goes a
33
long way for
Raptor
these
engines
guys.
and lift off from Starbase. About 3
but
minutes
I'm
into the
nervous.
flight, Super Heavy's booster will separate from the ship
I'm sure,
in
like,
SpaceX's second
all the
ever
engineers
attempt
who've
at a
worked on
hot
this
stage
for a
separation.
while
That means it'll light its engines
super
while still
nervous.
attached to a partially lit booster.
Unless they're really
The ship's
confident,
engines
because
will then remain
they're the
lit
ones
for
who
about
made
6
it, and they
minutes
probably
during the
trust their own
ascent
system,
before
right?
entering a
But-
coast phase.
Next, the booster will perform a flip maneuver and execute a boostback
I'm
burn,
nervous.
which, if you recall, is where Flight 2 Super Heavy experienced a rapid unscheduled disassembly. We're hoping hardware upgrades made for this flight will get the booster closer to executing a landing burn in the Gulf of Mexico. In the meantime, Starship will coast for about 30 minutes at altitudes between 150
The way
and
that they
235
talk about this-
kilometers, and the ship will attempt to fire a single Raptor engine for our first ever relight of a Raptor engine
Makes
in
me
space.
feel like
And from
they
there, the ship will head toward its
are,
destination, splashdown location in the Indian Ocean.
pretty confident.
Again, if we get past a successful stage separation and a full ascent burn with the upper stage, it will be at an added altitude and trajectory below orbital, meaning Starship won't have to fire its Raptor engines for a deorbit burn, and it will naturally come back into the atmosphere no matter what.
Now, meanwhile, the Super Heavy is going to attempt a landing burn before splashing down into the Gulf. And while we are going to practice a landing, we aren't planning to recover any of the hardware from Super Heavy or the ship on this flight. Now, with the exception of Falcon, this is no different from what happens with most rockets flying today that are expended or fall into the ocean after they complete their mission. Eventually, though, we will land and recover Starship boosters and ships, just as we do with Falcon 9 and Heavy boosters, where we've recovered 283
cloud cover
to
is
date.
me.
Starship's rapid reusability is key as we
Kinda
begin
sad about the cloud
missions
cover.
to the moon and beyond.
But it's
Even
it's
though
gonna be
recovery
okay.
is not planned,
24
the
minutes.
telemetry and
We
data we
should be
receive
getting
all the
your
way to
engine
the end is
shutdown
what we're
now.
looking for, particularly with regard to the ship's temperatures during
I can
re-entry and
make
how
sure
the
I'm
heat shield
precise
will
about what I
perform.
talk about.
The
I
data
don't
that we
like to be
gather today, of
wrong.
course, will help us continue to build a rapidly reusable Starship for the future. Now, much like our first 2 flight tests, today also still just a test. Our goal is to gather data to continue iterating and ultimately improve Starship.
Well, never mind.
That's
19
exactly
minutes,
right.
40 seconds.
The primary
For some
goal
reason,
for
I thought it
Flight
was
1
24
was to
minutes.
clear the pad, and we
So
did
we
that
have a
and got
little
a
ways to
lot
go.
of great data that helped us improve the vehicle and the pad infrastructure that you see today. The primary goal of Flight 2 was to get all the way to stage separation, which we did, and even got a little extra.
For Flight 3, we've added some ambitious tests highlighted by an attempt to transfer several tons of propellant between the tanks inside Starship itself, as well as the first ever relight of a Raptor engine in space and the opening and closing of Starship's payload door. When Starship takes astronauts to the lunar surface as part of NASA's Artemis program, it will be refilled in space by a Starship tanker spacecraft before boosting itself into a lunar orbit, like you see here. Transferring a large amount of cryogenic liquid in space has never been done by anyone, ever.
23 minutes to go.
We'll be looking to
the
get
clock
data on some of the
keeps counting.
fundamental physics in play here,
Now
like managing
I'm waiting for them to
pressures,
mention like
temperatures,
if there's a
propellant
hole
settling,
coming up.
all as we prepare for eventual
It should be under
ship-to-ship
T-minus 1 minute, I would assume.
The ability to
but
refill starships once in orbit will be critical for landing on the moon and is a key technology for enabling deep space exploration and ultimately flights to Mars.
Very
Now,
inspirational.
we're also attempting the first ever relight of a Raptor engine in space, and we'll need that capability for future in-space maneuvers and deorbit burns. It's important to note that what we'll attempt today is not a burn required for Starship to re-enter on today's test. We are intentionally flying this new steeper trajectory so we can test things like engine relights without substantially changing where we expect to splash down. And if Starship manages to make it all the way to re-entry, we will collect valuable data on the vehicle as it flies through the Earth's atmosphere at hypersonic speed.
Surely
or more
nothing
than
goes
5
wrong
times
on
the speed of
hypersonic
sound.
re-entry.
We expect it to look something like this animation on your screen with the heat shield tiles facing down. We'll use the Earth's atmosphere to brake the vehicle and then get us into a controllable regime as we go towards splashdown.
That's a cool
and we did
animation.
validate Starship's ability to fly and land at subsonic speeds during our suborbital flights several years ago. And gathering data on the aspects like heating and vehicle control while we're traveling way faster will become critical to eventually bringing Starships back from space for rapid reuse.
We'll also attempt to open and close Starship's payload door for the very first time, a capability that we'll need when Starship starts flying our next generation Starlink satellites. And there you can see an animation of what that will look like as the satellites are deployed one by one through a slot near
I know
the top
why
of the
they're
spacecraft.
doing it.
So, at this point in
It
time,
seems
we
a
are
little
approaching
goofy.
T-minus
Luckily,
21 minutes
Starlink, I'm
until
sure, is
liftoff.
a
Let's check in
low-risk
with Dan for a
payload for
countdown
them.
update.
So they can at least try
Hey,
these,
thanks, Kate. Hey, everybody. I'm Dan Hewitt. Good morning. Welcome to Starbase. I'm coming to you from the Raptor's Nest, where I'm here with some of our flight controllers, also our Pad Red team. We're just behind the Mega Bay. Those are super heavy boosters right behind me, getting ready for the next 4 flights after this one. So we're looking to launch a lot this year. Countdown has been pretty clean so far. We're not tracking any issues that are gating us on the hardware side and the vehicle side from that on-time liftoff at 8:25 a.m. Central Time. That's our T0 right now. We primarily shifted later as we were just working to clear the range. The other big watch item today is going to be the winds. The winds have started to pick up. We're still looking to be below our limits, but there could be a hold at T-minus 40 seconds just to make sure that the winds are acceptable before we go.
So it is a T-minus 40
We are
hold.
actively loading propellant on board the vehicle. You can see by the frost lines starting to build up.
20 minutes
Looks
to
like
go.
we're about 80% on the ship main tanks right now, and a little over 60% on the booster. Now, Starship uses liquid methane as its fuel, liquid oxygen as its oxidizer. Both of those get cooled down to cryogenic temperatures, so several hundred degrees below zero. And if you followed along with our previous 2 flight tests, the prop load timeline today looks a little bit different. Those first flight tests, it took us about 90 minutes to load all of the prop on board. But since the second flight, we made some pretty significant upgrades to make that time shorter. We added some additional fuel and LOX pumps just to increase our capacity. We expanded the number of heat exchangers and installed a dedicated fill drain line for each stage. But they were sharing one before, now they each have their own. That's just that main pathway to get
so
the
they're almost
propellants in
done.
the vehicle.
I mean, booster has a
We're
little
aiming
ways to
for
go.
about 51 minutes for today's operation to fully load prop. We did that successfully on our wet dress rehearsal that we did recently. Eventually, though, we're trying to get that time down to about 40 minutes. Just for some context, that's about 5 minutes longer than we take on Falcon 9, but we're doing it with 10 times the amount of propellant. Now, the propellant load on ship started at about T-minus 53 minutes, booster right around T-minus 42 minutes. We are about to pause loading on the main tanks of ship, switch over to the header tanks, and then switch back to close out the main tanks. We're expecting all of the prop to be on ship at about T-minus 3 minutes 30 seconds, and then booster prop load ends at T-minus 2 minutes and 50 seconds.
I hope they
now
don't
our final countdown and startup
the UI
sequence
on
is
me
going to
again.
be the same as Flight 2. We already tested this on this booster when we did its static fire. Looking back for Flight 1,
18 minutes to go.
we lit those Raptor engines on the booster
they
and
should be
lifted
under
off
engine
about
chill
6
now.
seconds later.
That happened
Flight
about
2,
it
we
started
reduced
about a
that
minute ago.
time by almost 2 seconds. That just helps reduce the stress on the ground systems, improve the efficiency of the rocket. But right now, we're just about to pass 18 minutes away from launch. Winds, again, they're still looking a little bit marginal, so we'll keep an eye on those. We're not working any other technical issues, and the range is expected to be green. If we can't make our test today, we have backup launch opportunities in
we'll
the coming
find out
days. Could
more
be 24 to
as
48 hours.
fueling-
All just depends on how far we get into the count. So check back in with everybody in just a little bit. For now, though, I'm going to send it back to Kate and Shiva out at Hawthorne.
Thanks, Dan. The countdown is continuing to progress, so let's take a closer look at the world's most powerful launch vehicle ever developed. Starship is comprised of 2 elements, the ship, which has 6 Raptor engines, and the super heavy booster, which has 33 Raptor
120
engines.
meters.
Starship is capable of about twice the thrust of the Saturn V
That
rocket,
camera view
and
is
with
cool,
future
but
engine
foggy for my
upgrades, it will
taste.
actually be 3 times as more.
Somebody should
3
go
times more
wipe off the
powerful.
lens.
Now, with those future improvements, that'll allow Starship to carry somewhere between 150 and 250 metric tons to orbit, depending on the configuration. For reference, Falcon 9's heaviest payload to date is just over 17 metric tons. So with Starship, we're talking about an order of magnitude greater in terms of payload capability to orbit. And that matters because the amount of mass we're able to launch per rocket is critical to creating a self-sustaining city
It's starting
on
to...
Mars.
In terms of size, the Super
This
Heavy
is gonna
booster
be their-
alone stands about 71
little,
meters or 233
the clouds
feet
seem
tall,
to kind of
and is
parted the
about the
waves
same
a little
height as
bit.
a
We might
fully
be able to
integrated
see
Falcon 9.
something.
The ship stands about 50 meters
Fingers
or
crossed.
160 feet tall. Stacked together, the booster and the ship are by far taller than the Statue of Liberty, which stands at 305 feet tall with its base. Stacked together, Starship is 396 feet, so quite a bit taller there.
Now, Starship's first stage has a diameter that's about 2.5 times that of Falcon
the
9,
engines.
and we've got those 33 much larger
Yes.
Raptor engines. This great view of the launch mount looking up at those engines, and we need them to power
That-
through the Earth's atmosphere and gravity to deliver.
They should
those
show
massive
this for
cargo,
launch.
And payloads up to space. Moving up the rocket, Starship is designed
Post-launch,
for
I'd like to
vertical
see that
takeoff
footage.
and landing on any hard surface, and
Like,
that's as
I
opposed
like this
to
close-up
taking
cams.
off and
I really
landing on a
do. They're
runway
really
as
cool.
aircraft do. And that's important
But
because there are no runways on the moon and Mars.
I just
kind of
want to watch the
ship,
rocket.
which we're looking at now, features 6 Raptor engines. 3 of them are sea-level engines, 3 of them are vacuum engines. That means that those vacuum engines are optimized with a larger engine nozzle to operate in the vacuum of space and get us higher performance.
I love the
ship is
decals
also
that they put on
outfitted
the
with
ship.
4 flaps
That's cool.
to help aerodynamically control the vehicle's attitude during atmospheric flight and enable a precise.
I will say that these camera shots have gotten better.
The body of Starship is
oh.
also wrapped in a heat shield made up of
I love that.
18,000 hexagonal ceramic tiles. Those are designed to insulate the vehicle
Now-
during atmospheric entry, where temperatures can be as high as 2,600 degrees Fahrenheit. One of our test objectives today is to verify how Starship
mesmerizing.
systems and thermal protection system tiles perform during reentry. And in between the first and second stages is our hot stage, which
And
is
back to
critical
fog
for
cam.
our newest separation technique, which we saw in
No, go back to
action
the
during
drone
Flight
shot,
Test 2.
please.
Yeah,
can
that
you
was
see
a
the little
pretty
drone?
exciting
Yes,
first
thank you.
for our team. Hot staging had never been done before as part of a reusable space transportation system, let alone on a vehicle with the size and power
We're
of
under
Starship.
15 minutes to
Now,
launch.
at about liftoff plus 2.5 minutes, the booster
IFT-2s.
shut down most of its 33 engines, leaving just 3 of them running. And then the ship simultaneously ignited all
Okay, but
6
that's
of
in-
its engines. Some clamps separated, and the ship thrusted away.
that in
was
real
the
time?
first in-flight test of the heat shield, and we were able to gather a ton of valuable data about hot staging.
We maximize the vehicle's performance by leaving 3 first stage engines on, so gravity can't rob us of precious velocity, or at least not as much. Hot staging also helps to ensure the ship's liquid propellants are at the bottom of the propellant tanks, which is where we need them to be in order to quickly light the ship's engines. It also reduces risk at stage separation because it creates a passive staging system so that physics will be doing the work instead of mechanical parts pushing the two stages away from each other. Ultimately, hot staging could increase Starship's payload to orbit capacity by 10%, which directly translates to more payload and more people to the Moon and Mars.
Now, the first stop will be the Moon, and the SpaceX team has been hard at work proving out all of the systems necessary to make that possible.
Show
Critical
me some
systems for
HLS
propulsion,
footage.
life support, and even the
Okay,
elevator
not
that
the
you
elevator,
see
I've
here,
seen this already.
which will take crew and cargo from the Starship hatches down to the lunar surface, are currently in development. And the data that we gather from each test flight helps inform their design. Here we've got a photo of some of the
next
mock-up
milestone
suits that
will be
are
at
used
3
to
minutes, 30
demonstrate the
seconds
range of
when we
mobility
start to wrap
that
up prop loads.
astronauts will be expected to have. And we were using these to do
About 9
human
minutes to
factors
go.
demonstrations and figure out the layout of the elevator. So all awesome development work for a future moon mission.
Super cool. Now, SpaceX will perform one uncrewed demonstration flight before NASA's Artemis 3 mission, which will be the first human surface expedition since
Okay, I've
1972.
seen this shot like 100 times.
After those first
Show me
expeditions, we'll be
something
ready to fly
new.
more people along with everything it takes to build a moon base. There's so much to
new?
look forward to. It's incredible that humans are finally going back to the moon.
You couldn't have said it better, Kate. And the moon is just the proving ground. It's just the start. When the time comes to make the leap to Mars,
I don't know. As
everything
much as I
ramps
like
up
the
by
renders
orders of
now, it's
magnitude.
kind of like
the logistics
okay,
of
we have the
supporting
real
an
thing.
entire city
So
on Mars
let's
are
actually do
daunting
it.
and will require millions of
The
pounds
renders
of
only get you
cargo
so far.
flown from Earth and spread out over thousands of launches.
And not to mention
And
the
today's flight
real
test
ones
is
just look
one
so much
more
better.
step toward that ultimate goal. We're
Like, the
currently
renders
at
have gotten
T
really
minus
good.
11 minutes,
But they
47 seconds.
can't
Let's
beat
check
the
in
real
with Dan
thing.
once again for a countdown update.
Granted, with weather.
Hey, Kate.
Yeah, the renders will always
still good
win.
news from down here at Starbase. We're not tracking any technical issues that are going to block us to a launch. Our T0
Wind's
time
still
still
kinda
holding to
kicking around that
8:25 a.m. Central, so
35
just
kilometer
about
an hour.
11 and a half minutes from now. The real thing we're going to keep an eye on is the winds once we get there. We do have that potential hold at T minus 40 seconds where we can hang out and either let winds die down, make sure we're in the right structural limits, everything like that. So don't be
clouds have
surprised if we do a hold at T minus
cleared.
40. We've done those on previous flights, but we are not tracking any technical issues. The range is going to be green for launch, so all of that really great news. We're still loading propellant on the vehicle, on the ship. We're just about
This
done
looks a
loading
lot
the header
better.
tanks, the two smaller
I'm
tanks on the top.
happy with this.
And then we'll go back to the main tanks. Are about
Maybe we
85%
fly
full,
today.
And then booster, both fuel and LOX over 80%. So looking good there. The launch pad itself is getting ready for liftoff. We commanded the booster hold downs open already about 20 minutes
clamps
ago or
already
so. And then
released.
that just means that once that rocket has sufficient thrust to overcome its weight, your thrust to weight ratio goes over 1, it's going to lift off. We don't have a command to actually release the hold downs once it starts up.
I don't know
Just
why they don't
also
do
a
that.
reminder,
Because if they
actual
don't have enough
liftoff happens
engines
a
and
few
it's still a
seconds after you see
TWR
those
over 1,
engines
they're not going
ignite.
to
So
make
you'll
it
see fire,
to
and then a
orbit
few
anyways.
seconds before Starship really starts to take to the skies. Our range team just going to
like,
keep on making
I don't
sure
know.
land, sea, air all clear as we really
Hey, that
count
looks
down.
kinda
But
cool.
that's the latest. We're
Look how much
just coming up
venting
on
is
10
going
minutes
on there.
before launch. Everything looking good for Starship's third test flight. I'll toss it back to you guys in Hawthorne.
I can't wait for the second
Great,
tower
thanks,
to get
Dan.
built.
Now, if you've been following SpaceX
Over
over
1
the years,
million
you've no doubt heard us
views.
talk about our goal of full and
Guys,
rapid reusability.
8 a.m.
Nearly all of the Falcon
Go
boosters
to
flown
bed.
last year and this year have been reused, or as we like to say, flight proven.
All right.
We've landed Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy boosters 283 times since first doing so in 2015. And with Starship, our mission is to take reusability even further by reflying both stages with little downtime between flights. And we plan to fly as often as possible. As we mentioned earlier, rapid and complete reusability is critical to enabling routine spaceflight. The team at Starbase has been hard at work developing and manufacturing the hardware that will ultimately take humans back
I'm
and
trying to be
forth
calm.
to the moon and Mars.
I'm a little
Now,
nervous.
even though we are not recovering Starship today, test flights like these provide the critical data that we need through every phase of flight. And that data informs future missions and gets us to that future where Starships are being recovered and rapidly reflown.
Our teams are also working on the ground systems that will support rapid reusability. When we start recovering Starship boosters, we'll want them to return to the launch site for a quicker turnaround, as you can see here depicted in this animation on your screen. This is when the tower reveals its dual purpose. After launch, the arms or the chopsticks on the tower will help guide the booster into position to ensure a soft
I still have
landing.
so many
If you're
questions about
thinking that this sounds hard
the tower
or even
catching.
impossible to do, well, that's the inspiration for naming them chopsticks. Some of you might recall a little film called The Karate Kid, where Mr. Miyagi famously taught the main character, Daniel, that if he could reach, that if he could
which
catch
Karate
a
Kid
fly
are they
with
referring to?
chopsticks, he could accomplish anything.
Now, today we do have 4 ships and 4
Talking about
super
the old
heavy
one or the
boosters
new one?
built, with more coming off the production line. As our Star Factory continues to grow, these vehicles are slated for future flight
8
tests
minutes.
just like today's. And in fact, just this week, we static fired our next ship that's planning to fly and expect to test the booster as soon as the launch mount is free from today's flight test.
Now, as a reminder, today is still just
that
a
a static
test.
fire? I
While
thought it
we
was
really
a
hope
spin
to get
prime.
our splashdown location in the Indian Ocean.
Am I
but any
wrong?
data received will help us improve.
Or is
It's the
SpaceX
third
spreading
of many
misinformation?
future flight tests for Starship before it becomes fully operational.
And that's the goal of flight
can't wait for
tests.
the YouTube
They teach
headline,
us
SpaceX
about the limits of our
lies.
design and improve our understanding
I'm
of the
crazy.
vehicle, and ultimately help us make Starship more reliable and rapidly reusable. So whatever the outcome and however far we get, we can promise excitement. And things look like they are moving fast at Starbase, and that's exactly how we like it.
Yeah,
Rapid
exactly.
iteration is a key of SpaceX.
Yeah, we've done it with all of our major innovative advancements, including Falcon, Dragon,
7 minutes to
and
go.
Starlink. We believe that if you're not failing, you're not learning and improving the design.
Yeah, many of the innovations that we've developed have come from our failures, and they teach us how to avoid the perils of spaceflight. It's a tough business. But all of this testing, all of the iterative design
love to be
allows
able
us
to,
to
like,
make the
up the
design
stream
better and
quality a little
better
bit more.
to do some of the great accomplishments
I mean,
with
the
reflight
good
that we've
news
had
is
so far.
for
Exactly. One of the
the
examples
YouTube
that we love
VOD
to talk
is
about
and
is
the
the Dragon
stream is
capsule,
I'm only
like the
outputting
one
this in
located behind
1080p
Shiva and I
because
here
I probably can
on
up
the
it
mezzanine.
to 1440.
Originally,
but, it just saves my computer a little bit too.
Originally, it was
having the
not
stream
designed
at
to be reusable.
1080
We wanted to prove the initial design,
on my
and then when
end
we brought Dragon
doesn't
2
actually
online,
affect the
we had to
outcome
do a
of
lot
this,
of corrosion
so
analysis
that's
based
fine.
on flights that
It's
had
just-
Splashdown.
the only
and
thing that
analysis
is
on hardware received
really
there.
affected is
And
my
now our
personal
Dragons
viewing
are,
experience until I go back and
reusable
watch
and,
the
also rapidly
external
at a much
views
rapid pace
from
than they
like
used to be.
NSF,
Yeah.
EDA,
So, I mean,
etc.
great learnings from our original Dragon to our new crew and cargo vehicles have directly improved the operations, and they've helped us change our understanding of what's possible when it comes
Crazy how
to
much
rocket
like
and
propellant they've
spacecraft
loaded in
reusability.
the last
Now,
hour
we're
or
just
so.
under T-minus 6 minutes,
Less
so
than.
I think it's another good time to check in with Dan for the rest of terminal count. How we looking, Dan?
Here we go.
Big Shiva, we're looking good. 5 minutes, 35 seconds, and we're counting down. We are just about at closing the prop load sequences on booster and ship. Just a reminder, ship we're going to close out at around 3 minutes and 30 seconds, booster at about 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Once all of that prop is loaded on board, we'll have about 10 million pounds of propellant on both stages of Starship. Now, after that
Because it's the
happens, we'll go
opposite way
through a
on the
couple of different
website.
procedures with the ground. We'll do what's called pushbacks, clearing out the lines between our prop farm and the vehicles themselves before we get to launch.
5
And then
minutes
in
to
the next few
liftoff.
minutes, we'll get the final guidance system alignments, some final thrust vector control on the booster checks, and all that will be performed. And again, if we need to hold, we have a hold gate built in at T-minus 40 seconds where we can hang out. It sounds like today we'll have about 15 minutes to hold at T-minus 40 if we need to.
Okay,
If we
so
hit
it's
that
another
right
15
now,
hold.
it looks like the most likely reason would be winds. We're not tracking any technical issues to our T0 at 8:25, just about 4.5 minutes from now. So, I mean, everything's really looking good. The booster's almost at full frosty, so we'll see that close out in just a couple of minutes. But we're getting really close to flight, guys.
I feel like it should be a YouTube sellout before liftoff.
The excitement is definitely growing here.
If you're
in
watching this
Hawthorne,
on
SpaceX
YouTube.com,
headquarters,
make sure to
there is a
like
large
and
crowd
subscribe.
gathering. You might hear them cheering occasionally.
I don't know, like my
now,
IFT-2
Dan mentioned a good point about the
VOD
holds.
actually
We
got
have an
quite a bit
opportunity
of
to
views
today
for my
hold for
little baby
a few
channel,
minutes.
so I'm like,
and this is a really cool thing
maybe I
about
get
Starship, and we don't have
subscribers.
this
That'd be kinda
opportunity with Falcon
know.
or Falcon Heavy. Up until the
Granted,
T-minus 40 second
I
point,
don't do it for
aborts are
the
just
subs.
holds.
It's for
So
my
anything that would trigger an
personal
abort prior there to T-minus 40 seconds becomes a hold. So that's a really cool feature to allow the team to wait for final checkouts or assess prop levels, engines, avionics, vehicle pressurization. It's really helpful to ensure a liftoff.
Yeah, and that's something that is a little
Might
is very
say that,
different from Falcon.
and
I'm
we're
sure people have watched
approaching
our
the end of
launches, and
prop
then we get
load
right
now.
down past prop load and then have to
So-
scrub because of weather or scrub because of an issue on the vehicle. And we don't have the same constraints on our propellant and our system with Starship, which gives us more availability in the window. And sometimes that's all you need. Sometimes the winds dip just enough where you can launch the rocket safely. And otherwise, if you didn't have that ability to hold a few minutes, you might miss that window and then have to recycle to another day.
Yeah, exactly. Which is kind of like today. Like we mentioned earlier, winds are the thing that we are watching. So good news there. So we are still continuing to progress. We're looking at liftoff in just under almost 2.5 minutes from now. Super exciting. Like we said before, there's nothing more exciting than watching a test flight for a developmental program, and that's where we're at today.
And like we talked about, we have some really ambitious goals for today's test. But really, the point of today's test is to try to get as much data as we can so we can inform the next iteration of the design of Starship, work those things into flight test number 4 and new objectives there that'll eventually get us to that glorious, rapid, reusable future that we so badly want.
Yeah, for Flight 1, we wanted to clear the pad, and we did. For Flight 2, we wanted to get through hot staging separation, and we did. So today, we want to get even further than that and collect as much data as we possibly can. So with all that being said, we're going to check back in with Dan to take us through the final 2 minutes of terminal count.
All right.
All right. We are under 2 minutes away. We have closed out the prop load on the booster and on the ship.
Okay, they're fully fueled. So we could see the largest non-nuclear explosion.
We're starting to hear some good news that it looks like winds are not going to hold us up. So there's a good chance we blow right through that 40-second hold.
No way. That'd be huge.
So we're about 1 minute and 20 seconds away. Just walking you through one last time, we're going to see the engines ignite about 4 seconds before we hit our T0. They're going to ignite in 3 different banks. You'll get 13 of the inners, 15 of the outers, and then the last 5 ignite just 2 minutes before T0. And then after that, the quick disconnect
T-minus 60
will
seconds.
retract. The engines will start to throttle up, and then we'll see liftoff about 1.5 seconds after T0. So we're under 1 minute away.
50.
Don't be shocked if we hold at 40 seconds before, but it sounds like the winds are cooperating today. And we'll be able to move right past that, not tracking any
40.
other technical issues that could hold us.
Past our QD vent gate.
Oh, they're going. Uh-oh. 30.
Past that 40-second hold.
Here we go. Go for launch.
Flight Director Ty Huntington telling the team we are go
20.
for launch. So 20 seconds to go.
No way.
Let's listen
15.
in.
10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. Main engine start. 2. 1. All 33 are up. And liftoff. Liftoff of Starship IFT-3, 25 minutes past the hour. All 33 engines are ignited. Starship is on its way to space once again. Oh my god. Going through the clouds. Give me that onboard camera. Oh.
30 seconds into flight, we are feeling the rumble. We are seeing 33 out of 33 Raptor engines ignited on the super heavy booster.
Pull up the launch timeline.
Booster and ship, avionics, power, and telemetry nominal. Acquisition
1.
of Corpus Christi.
Miko. Or not Miko.
Continuing
Sorry,
to get good
Max Q.
call-outs. Our
I'm
trajectory
nervous.
Looking nominal, systems looking nominal. Just amazing to see all 33
Starships through Max
lit up
Q.
once again.
All 33 engines are on. That was clean.
At this point, we've
Oh.
Max Q, that
Wait, the
maximum
heat shield
dynamic
looks
pressure.
great.
And passing supersonic, so we're now moving faster than the speed of sound.
All right, we're
Getting
coming up
those
on
onboard
booster engines
views
cut
from
off
the
at
ship
2 minutes
cameras.
42 seconds. Whoa.
Now the next major milestone is going to be a hot staging maneuver. Again, we're going to be doing that
That
in
was
just
so
about
clean.
90 seconds. To do that, we're going to shut down
those
all
onboard
but the 3
cameras.
Raptor engines on Super Heavy.
Yes.
That'll be
Okay.
our
See,
MECO,
I
our
see it
most
tilting,
engines cut
and it
off.
makes me nervous.
And then the
But then I'm like,
clamps
oh
holding the
wait, I
two
played
stages together are
Kerbal,
gonna release.
and that's
Starship's
actually
second
just
stage will
the normal
ignite
thing to
its
do.
engines, the RVACs first.
Okay,
the
we
sea
got about
levels
a minute
right after
till
that.
hot
The sea
staging.
level engines will be splayed or just kind of pointed out at about a 15-degree angle. So if you look close and we get good tracking, you might be able to see those center right after.
Can we go back to onboard
so
shots,
those
please?
6 engines will push Starship off
that'd
of the
be
booster.
swag. That was awesome. That was a great countdown.
All right, counting down now. We're going to be coming up right at around the 3-minute mark on that hot staging maneuver. Again, we'll see the booster
If I had to
engines
guess,
start to shut down. You'll see all but 3 lights
it
go out in the
look.
middle.
Oh,
And
you
we'll
can see
see
the
the
horizon.
engines ignite on ship, pushing
Starship's
it away.
approaching.
And that will start carrying the ship into space.
No,
Booster will
the
start to do
gambling
its
goes
flip, and then move into
crazy.
the Boostback burn, setting
Up.
it up for eventual splashdown.
Here
in the
comes
Gulf of
staging.
Mexico.
That was fast. Oh, oh, it's perfect. It's just so clean. All of them are going. Wait, we're good.
Confirmed.
Boostback looks great.
Booster's now making its way back, seeing 6
Starship
engines
looks fantastic.
ignited on ship. Kate, we got a Starship on its way to space and a booster on the way back to the Gulf.
Oh man, I need a moment to pick my jaw up from the floor because these views are just stunning. These are live
and it's
views
stable.
from Starship.
All right.
First stage is currently performing the
Ship avionics, power and telemetry nominal.
Good there, news
Good
informing
call
us
out
of
on
the
ship.
second stage or the ship, everything looking good, nominal there. First stage is currently performing the Boostback
Look at
burn,
this.
expecting that to last about 1 minute. That Boostback burn,
Pressure is nominal.
that Boostback burn propels the booster back towards the coast, taking it to a landing in the
Okay.
waters of the Gulf of Mexico. We're only using
Okay,
the
I saw
super
like
heavy
half of
boosters,
them go off
13
first.
center engines from here on out.
That
Whenever they
made me
relight,
nervous.
You'll be able to see that in the left.
Now I don't
bottom
know what
corner.
that venting is about.
Those are the ones that can gimbal. In other words, they move and change direction in order to change the thrust to steer the first stage back to Earth.
Are we good? Oh wait, you're
Wow,
so.
these are just
Look at this
incredible
Starship
views
cam.
coming to us. Everything is looking good for both the
You know what? It
first
might
stage
be
on the
venting
left-hand side of your
extra.
screen or
That
the
might be
super
what it
heavy
is. It might
booster,
just be venting.
as well as on the right-hand side of your screen, that is Starship, or we also refer to that as the ship.
Both of them are well above the Kármán line.
Now, the Boostback burn was the first of 2 burns required to return it to Earth.
Look at all the
The
clouds.
next one will be the landing burn, where all
Yes!
13 center engines will initially ignite and then transition into a 3-engine burn
well
to
into flight.
help slow
Okay,
it down.
so
Just as a reminder
thing
of
coming up
the stage 1 test objectives,
is
we're looking for controlled ascent,
about
which
6 minutes
we have so
36
far.
seconds. We will
Stage
see
separation,
the
which
landing burn start.
gorgeous. We
46
cruised
seconds.
right
sorry.
through it, as well as
on a nominal trajectory.
good news there telling us that the path that Starship is on is good. Now, Starship's second stage is still firing
had
its
lost
engines,
signal,
and as you heard, following
but
planned flight
telemetry
path,
looks
the ship
good.
objectives, we're looking for
So,
hot staging,
yep,
again, cruised
okay,
right
just
through
camera.
that. We're looking to demonstrate controlled ascent, as well as orbital insertion.
Wait,
On
Booster's
the
starting to
bottom
position
right-hand
itself
corner of the screen shows the ship
to go back down.
engine graphics, so be sure to keep an eye on those.
Yep, Kate, like this is just a phenomenal test so far. Super Heavy is performing
Start to
beautifully
speed up
today.
as
it's
it
on its return
the
leg
booster's
of the
speeding up
journey.
as it
Ship
starts to
continuing
experience
to
gravity
burn
on its way
6
back
engines,
down.
Those larger circles, the Raptor vacuum engines, the inner circles, the Raptor sea level engines.
I don't know why.
We're
This this is incredible.
About 30
This also
seconds
feels
away,
normal to me now.
Just under 30 seconds away. from the start of the Boostback burn.
Okay, grid fins are working. Fantastic.
Excuse me, the landing burn on the booster. You can see the grid fins rotating. Those hypersonic grid fins are guiding us through the atmosphere back towards our splashdown site. Again, we're going for a hard for a splashdown.
Not a hard splashdown.
A soft splashdown.
Can we recover the booster?
We're going to expect to see the 13 center engines light.
That's
rapidly burn
nerve-wracking.
Down the booster's velocity.
That is so nerve. We're going under the clouds.
Center for splashdown.
Oh, hang in there.
See if that'll work.
Hang in there. Oh, the rotation.
We're getting a few engines.
And kaboom.
And acquisition of signal. Let's see if we can get some other video of that. Now, this is the test
booster
objective today. It is still something
booster
that we're
hit the
attempting
ground.
to learn.
About 1,000 kilometers an hour.
Far to demonstrate the controlled
that was not a nominal splashdown.
Ship continuing to look nominal with its
we'll
ascent
try
burn.
again. All right.
This burn lasting about 6
You know,
minutes.
that's pretty on
total.
par for what I was expecting. So I'm okay with that.
And we're expecting that this burn will
Now
end,
Starship looks fine. I
just
assume
after T+8 minutes, about a minute from now. So far, though, I mean, congrats to the team. Making it this far is farther than we've
so.
gone.
Starship
Flight
should
2.
shut down
Just
its
wonderful
engine at 8
views
minutes
and
35 seconds.
Great engine
40
performance
seconds ago.
from the vehicles. So far, we've hit controlled ascent. We're in the middle of that right now. We demonstrated the hot staging. Kate, as you said, cruised through that. We demonstrated controlled entry of the booster.
It's a little bit goofy of the
Just stopped
booster,
a little
though.
short of the engine relay, but hey, that's something we can learn for the next one.
Yeah.
Okay, every time I see it go to AOS, I'm like,
live shot of Star Command. There you see it again. This is
vacuum
our
shutdown.
mission control center at Starbase. Where vehicle
I assume
operators
that's
are
nominal?
standing by. Now, the next milestone
Probably
coming
only for
up
less thrust.
is in less than a minute. At that point, ship will, or I'm sorry, actually it already has.
Miko.
Ship engine cut off.
There we go.
They're on their way.
As you heard there,
Awesome.
by the call out and from the crowd behind us,
Starship orbital insertion.
Starship's 6 Raptor engines have successfully shut down.
Starship's vibing in space.
Call out for nominal orbital insertion.
9
which
minutes
is
past
incredible.
liftoff.
Look at these views, Dan.
Oh my god.
I'm just completely blown away right now.
Okay, now
what
this
a
is when it
day.
gets busy for them.
Congratulations to the entire SpaceX team. I mean, this.
So they should
this
do a
flight pretty
payload
much
door
just started,
opening
but
at 11 minutes 56 seconds.
We're farther than we've ever been before. We've got a Starship not just in space, but on its coast phase into space. Just to recap where we've come, and it's only been 9.5 minutes. How has it only been 9.5 minutes? We lifted off right on time at 8:25 a.m. We didn't have to hold at our gate at all. We had 33 out of 33 Raptor engines.
I wonder if those
open
higher
up,
winds, like,
and light
or
and get
like
us
an
through a
actual
nominal
problem for the
ascent.
booster.
Another successful hot stage.
Okay, now I
All
see
6
this,
engines
like,
on the ship propelling us into orbit.
venting,
We did see
right?
a
That's what that
looked
is.
like a nominal boostback burn.
They're
and then we
probably
did make it
venting
all
that
the way to the
excess
landing burn this
fuel
time.
instead
Didn't
of
light all the engines
waiting
that we
to
expected.
do
We
that while
did
the
lose the
engines
booster.
are on.
We'll have to go through the data to figure out exactly what happened. Obviously.
Okay, so they got the booster to
so
the landing
be
burn,
on
though.
the lookout for information about that.
Looks
but,
like the engines
wow,
did not want
a
to
ship in space. We've
start up. They got like
a
2,
bunch of,
and
as
it
we
was
said,
kind of GG.
ambitious objectives ahead of us. Over the next couple of minutes and pretty much over the next hour, where we're going to really. We've got the ship in space. We're now going to take advantage of this and try and learn as much as
Now
possible
there is
about
a
some of the other
single
systems,
engine relight coming
including
up.
that first ever Raptor relight in space.
We
so
pray
it's
that
just
it
gonna be
doesn't
incredible.
explode.
So all of that's still to come. The mission just started, but wow!
And
what a liftoff!
Makes its
what a
way
hot stage,
all the way.
What an amazing sight to see Starship there in outer space.
No, see,
I can't believe we're seeing it in space. This is awesome.
Wonderful.
Now, we are going to be coasting for
Those Starlink
the
stats
next
kinda
about
go
30 minutes
crazy.
or so. We'll be back around the T+40 minute mark. and that'll be Starship continuing to coast, hit those ambitious test objectives.
Luckily,
and then
it's out of
continue on
atmosphere.
to re-entry.
Nothing really to fuel the
We're
fire.
not totally sure
if
what
there is a
video
fire.
that we'll get, since that normally comes to us as we overfly ground stations, and we don't have a ton of those along our trajectory. But as we have video, we'll be sure to bring that to you.
Starlink may be able to bring us additional communication paths today that will allow us to talk to Starship through re-entry with no communications blackout period. It's a possibility, but either way, we will be live for all of today's milestones. And of course, when we do have views,
signal, Puerto Rico.
especially like the ones that we have now, which I just cannot get over, when we have views, we will be sure to bring those to you
178
live.
kilometers
But
up.
no views or no views, we'll see you back here at T plus 40 minutes.
Pez door is opening.
And there we just heard call it that
Hey.
Pez door is opening, so that's great.
First test.
Yeah. One of our test objectives today is to open and close that Pez door. That's where we will deploy Starlink satellites from in the future.
They even
So
call
great
it the
news there
Pez
that
door
that test
internally. That's awesome.
Excuse me. That test objective is already underway. So come back here, stick around till T plus 40 minutes for coverage of Starship's deorbit burn demonstration, followed by its reentry and what is sure to be an
Okay.
exciting splashdown.
So, I assume we're in a coast phase now, so we hang out for... What is this? What is this elevator music? Okay. This is pretty awesome. So Starship made it through. It's on its trajectory now, which is great. It's basically like the difference between this and full orbital velocity is minimal. So we know that Starship has the capability to get to orbit now. Fantastic. We're gonna hope that this relight goes well on Starship, and that will show that they can do a deorbit burn.
Expected loss of signal, Cape Canaveral.
That will show that they can do that deorbit burn. I sure hope this music isn't copyrighted.
Pez trigger.
I mean, they look happy. It looks like this has gone fairly well for them. With that said, the booster, that was fun. What is this? Is this inside the payload door? Is that the sun I'm looking at? This is the payload bay. That's cool. You can see the sun reflecting. Which means the door is open. Over 200 kilometers in the air. Starship is on its way to India. I guess Australia is more accurate. That's awesome. Congratulations to everyone at the team at SpaceX. That is actually incredible. Yeah, okay, so the Boostback shutdown looked a little funky to me, which is... I wonder, that could be related to the engines, and that's why I thought they were gonna FTS the booster after Boostback because I saw half of them shut down. What is this? Is this inside one of the fuel tanks? That's kind of gnarly. Because I saw half of, like, one side shut down, followed by the other. So, that could be related. I don't know what would cause that. The grid fins looked like they were really trying to keep that booster stable. So, clearly some modifications are needed for that. Not fully sure what, but they learned enough. All the engines relit for Boostback, so that's positive. They did make further ground this time, and they have guidance data pretty much all the way down. So that's a positive. The big thing now is just hanging out, waiting for Starship. Luckily, I have time before I have to hit the road, so we're gonna watch this all the way through, and I will probably come live again later this evening. And we'll do some kind of footage watching. Where have I heard this song before? I feel like this is music you'd put on like a cruise or something. Maybe that's the vibe they're going for. Cruising along. I'm kind of sad because I know the ship is like flying towards its destruction, right? But the fact that it's in space, vibing its way along, that's awesome. They just sent it right up. Who knows? Maybe Flight 4 might have a payload. Maybe Flight 4, they wouldn't try a booster landing on Catch yet. I would expect the next flight then probably to just bring the booster all the way home. No, well, I say home, all the way to soft splashdown in the water. I don't know what this is. Like, there's venting going on, right? But I don't know what it is. It might be boil off, you know? That could be it. The music. I love reading the comments. Yeah, I mean, I want to see a heat shield cam. Just gonna see how that heat shield's doing. But luckily, I mean, it looks like most of them are on, which is promising. We'll find out, though. We'll certainly find out what happens in the next little bit here. So, in about 4 minutes, they should do this little prop transfer demo. Now, okay, so they have this telemetry for LOX and methane. Is that total fuel, or is that only for the main tanks? I'd assume it's total. The music is so dumb. Why? Why is this music here? It's so casual. It's just okay. I was like, seems like telemetry is having an issue. This feels like knockoff Mario Odyssey music, if anyone's ever played that game. That's what it reminds me of. Okay, the fact that the velocity is pretty constant tells me they're kind of... Well, I don't know. Maybe their, like, distance is just that far, because they're still going up in altitude. To me, it almost seems like they're at apogee already, but that can't be true because they have... The relight is a little ways away. It hits the atmosphere at 49 minutes, so maybe they are nearing apogee. Awaiting AOS. Shout out to SpaceX for providing the in-flight entertainment for me. Okay. Awesome. See, I'm not really worried about the loss of signal from this one. I assume that's just... They're probably crossing the Atlantic by now, right? So... I wouldn't be surprised. Well...
Starship's flight computer is in propellant transfer demo.
Oh? Prop transfer time? SpaceX about to earn $50 million. Knock on wood. Holy. I wish I had something else to show. I mean, I don't really want to switch streams at this point. So, I'm just kind of waiting for AOS. About 15 minutes until the relight, so you know, very casual. An on-time liftoff. That's awesome. I wasn't expecting, like, the I don't know, I didn't even. The engine lighting on the booster, maybe I wasn't paying as much attention, but that's fast. Like, that was a spark them up and go. That was pretty swick. Well done.
Starship flight computer is in the propellant transfer complete state.
Okay, well, they're done with prop transfer. Okay. Well, if they're able to do that, then who knows? Orbital refueling might just be possible at this scale. Granted, there's a lot more propellant that they'd have to move from what they probably did in this, but at least they can demo that they know how to do it. Which is pretty cool. Ah, onboard footage. Yippee. So here, even if the relight fails, now what I wonder is, are they gonna try and spark up all three and then just only use the one that's working? I mean, that feels like the safe way to do it, right? If two of your engines are failed. But I mean, they had six good on the way up, so they have to be like super ecstatic about this. Having Starship finally make its way to space. 2024, right at the start. I mean, it's March, but this tells me that, who knows, maybe, I don't know if we'll see Starship, like, be reused this year, but they're allowed, like, it depends on what exactly they're doing, but the short of it is they can technically do up to 10 flights if they start doing more, like, reusable stuff. Or, like, doing soft splashdowns, so... my guess is...
Pez checkout's complete. Door is closing.
Okay, well, payload door works. Awesome. My guess... up. That's why it got dark. Next door closed. My guess would be we'll start seeing payloads fly, this year. Maybe as soon as next flight we'll see some Starlinks. Booster will probably come back for a splashdown. Ship, I would imagine they, if they can make it through re-entry, maybe they'll consider some soft ship splashdowns, just to start proving out this, like, whole landing thing.
Control has started.
The music really sells it for me. I love it. Okay, what's next? 30 minutes on the flight. So payload door should be closed. It's just LOS. 40 minutes, 46 seconds is the next thing. So about 10 minutes to go of just jamming. Might be getting warm in there soon. Oh, that's funny. quote from Jeff Faust. So far, this launch looks like a tremendous step forward for Starship, but a major setback in old music. I don't know, this is pretty good. Okay. I don't know. I mean, Scott Manley said this roll they're doing looks controlled. It almost looks like thrusters that are firing. They're probably doing that to keep the propellants settled. Right, I guess. Just to try and... They might be trying to simulate gravity. Either for propellants or just to... I don't know, maybe for crude. Crude things. Who knows? Yeah, see, like, that one stopped, that one's going. It almost looks like thrusters. Starship's just vibing. It doesn't care. Okay, but we are on our way back down. We've passed Apogee now. Booster 10, you will be missed. Thank you for your brave service of getting Ship 28 up this far. Oh no, is it gonna be cloudy in the landing region? RIP. RIP. Space Jazz. Smooth Jazz will be deployed. If anybody's played Portal 2. 3.1 million views, all listening to jazz music. Watching Starship spin its way around planet Earth. Oh. That's so much fun. I love this. This is a good time. You know, I might just like play this music later for a stream. Good study music almost. Music to study. Study to.
Acquisition of signal, hard bit stock.
Okay. So, next on the agenda is Relight, which is coming up about 3 minutes from now. I don't want this to end. I'm loving this. I'm hoping that when we get to like full orbit flights that, you know, take at least 90 minutes to circle the globe, right? So I'm hoping they keep this music going on. You know, even if this flight doesn't commit to my long-term memory, because that was so quick. If nothing else, I will absolutely remember the smooth jazz being deployed.
Welcome back to live coverage of
No,
our
my
third
jazz.
Starship flight test, which lifted off from Starbase, Texas at 8:25 a.m. Central Time. Our main objective today was to get through all of our ascent burns and collect as much data as possible, including a potential Starship entry. And we just came out of a coast phase and were treated to a number of HD views thanks to Starlink, including the PES door open close test. So that was one of our test objectives today that we met. So that's awesome. It has been such a great day.
It has been a phenomenal test day. Just to see Booster lifting a Starship to ascent, ship completing its ascent. Just a wonderful day. Kind of to recap the objectives a little bit. Booster completed its ascent, ignited its 33 Raptor engines. We demonstrated a successful hot staging for the second time. Booster completed the Boostback burn, didn't quite accomplish the landing burn, and then had a hard splashdown in the Gulf. Meanwhile, ship completely successful after the hot staging. We had a good 6-engine burn of the Raptor vacuum engines and sea level engines. And then we've commanded a number of demonstrations, including the Starlink satellite deploy demo, so the payload door, as well as a prop transfer demonstration. We do still need to do some data review on those, so as we get that data back, we'll be sure to update you on social for how those tests went. We are coming up on our next major milestones, which is an in-space relight of our Raptor engine for the first time, followed by re-entry and then landing in the Indian Ocean.
Incredible.
Yeah, that's right, guys. We should be just about 40 seconds away, 40 or 50 seconds away, if we do this.
All right, fingers
relight
crossed on
demo.
this
I
relight.
do want to stress this is not a deorbit burn. In fact, it's actually going to function a little bit opposite of a deorbit burn. We're going to be raising our perigee with this burn for the lowest point of our orbit.
So
this
is
just to demonstrate
they're firing at
that we
prograde.
can relight a Raptor engine on ship while it's gone through a coast, while it's in outer space, while it's in microgravity. All of the different complexities that come with lighting this engine again after it's already done an ascent burn, but you're now coasting through space. This is going to be really important anytime we want to do in-space maneuvers in the future.
Get ready for
like
the relight.
eventual
Stand by.
deorbit burns, any of our translunar injections that'll have Raptor engines firing back up. We may not do it. There is all of the guidance is loaded into Starship's computer itself, so if it doesn't see the values that it needs to, we could just skip the burn. So we are waiting to find out if that's going to happen or not. If it doesn't, as we said in the beginning, we're on a pretty steep trajectory that we are coming home no matter what, regardless of doing a burn. This was done just so we can really, we're in a trajectory that's really not super susceptible to delta V changes in velocity. If we were to do a burn, we've got a pretty concise footprint in the Indian Ocean that we're going to be targeting for splashdown today. It does sound like we are skipping past the on-orbit relight demo this time. Again, we'll confirm all of this through our post-flight data review, but it did sound like we did pass through that burn. So now that's going to start setting us up for re-entry.
So, Burn skipped.
Yeah, that's exactly
no
right.
on-orbit
So
relight.
coming
Womp,
up next
womp.
around T plus 49 minutes
I wonder what
is
happened.
Starship Reentry. Now, this is typically a portion of flight where we don't have communications with spacecraft because they're re-entering the Earth's atmosphere
Well,
at or
now we
around
get to the
orbital
fun part.
velocity, about 8
I
kilometers
wonder
per second,
if
or
they
roughly
didn't
5
do it
miles per second.
because
Super
they
fast.
were worried
Now, at those
about something
speeds,
exploding.
The spacecraft's interaction with
and
the atmosphere results in friction
prefer,
and creates a plasma field around the vehicle.
to test
That blanket of
re-entry.
plasma distorts communication frequency,
or,
so all we're left
I don't know,
we're
the
basically left
propellant
with a
is
brief
kind of
communications blackout.
being funny
Now,
and
we
not at the
might
bottom
get some
for some
telemetry back
reason,
through
so.
a connection
Who knows?
to the
I'm
tracking
sure they'll
and data
tell us
relay
more later in the
satellite
week.
system, also known as TDRS. But if the plasma doesn't entirely block it, that connection will be at a very slow data rate and definitely too slow for any video.
But that's why Starship and Starlink are a great partnership.
We are
Starship is
now
so
approaching
big that
the,
it will leave a wake or a hole in the plasma field as it flies through an atmosphere. You can think of a wake kind of like when you see a boat going through the ocean.
final little
it sort
phase of flight
leaves
here.
A trail behind it. There's some of those great views from Starlink, giving us views of Starship's onboard videos. And so we're hoping that the Starlink on board will let us, just like we're seeing these videos now, see through that plasma field by
This is the scary
maintaining
part.
a continuous communication lock with the satellites on orbit through the wake that Starship leaves behind. Now, this is only the second
Starship,
time that we're
you're
testing
supposed
Starlink
to go
during
on
re-entry.
belly.
So even though we do have these great visuals now, don't be surprised if we manage to get some signal hiccups through. We're still learning about what that wake will actually look like in practice and whether we're able to get
Surely
that live continuous high-speed data during re-entry.
Starship, you go
Yeah,
in
that's right.
your-
And
it's
one
a
of the
belly
really
flop, not the
primary
back
reasons
flop.
we want to use Starlink is to just
Like,
gather as much data as possible. It's been
Come
said
on.
the data is
I
the payload on one of these
believe in
flights,
you.
where we're putting
Okay.
this flight hardware
So,
in a real flight environment, trying to learn about it
it
as
looks
much as
fast
possible.
because it is
Re-entry
fast,
is going to be a
and
really
we're,
critical phase of flight. We really want to
I'm
know how
hoping
the
that
ship's going to
that looked
perform,
like a
especially
tile
that
that came
heat shield
off.
as we're going through the hypersonic
could be-
re-entry.
oh.
So if something were to go wrong during this re-entry, we want as many paths as
Okay,
possible
there's
to
still like a
collect that
good
information, that
rotation
data,
in,
just to
on this.
again just continually feedback into the Starship program to make each flight more reliable, more successful.
Acquisition signal, Mauritius.
Oh, give me the views all the way down, please.
Now, if Starship manages to make it all the way through re-entry, we'll collect valuable data on Starship flying through the Earth's atmosphere at hypersonic speeds, meaning more than 5, or at this point, will be more than 5 times the speed of sound.
It looks
Now
like
we're
it's
watching
going
these
in
live
the
views,
wrong way.
HD views by the looks of it, thanks to Starlink. You can see that the flaps there on the ship might be actuating.
I wonder what that is that's coming off.
Certainly some incredible visions
wait.
of planet Earth behind Starship.
Okay,
now,
wait,
we've already
are we
validated
looking
Starship's
down?
ability to fly.
You are.
And land
It's the
at
cameras on the
subsonic
forward
speeds.
flap.
You might recall those suborbital flights from a few years ago.
Oh.
And we can see those flaps there.
Is it working?
So getting data on aspects like heating and control while traveling way faster than we did before is going to be critical to eventually bringing starships back from space.
I see
for
bits and
rapid
pieces
reads.
flying
so I
off.
Those flaps, that's one of the things that enables Starship to
Come on, you
control
hunk of
itself
junk,
and
let's go.
survive the heat of reentry, which, like we said before, we're expecting that reentry to occur around T plus 49 minutes.
It
so
really wants to fly
we're getting
upside
pretty close
down.
here.
And what you're seeing here, it looks like the vehicle is sort of moving back and forth. Part of what you're also seeing is one of the cameras, this onboard view that we have, is on the end of a flap. Starship has front flaps and rear flaps in the vehicle. So we've got 4 of those.
Is that heating
and,
up?
Oh man, we can see the heating on those flaps as we're starting to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. This is where the Earth's atmosphere is doing the work to slow us down.
Oh, the plasma.
Now, like we said, this
Look at
plasma
that!
field
Oh
is
my god!
We hope to maintain these views throughout. Starship is so big that we're hoping that the plasma field doesn't entirely blanket the entire vehicle. Right now, it is not. The Starlinks are
Views brought to
still,
you by
yeah,
Starlink.
the Starlinks are still communicating and still
No way you
capturing
get
the data and the video
communication
that we
through
see here.
reentry.
I mean, Shiva, this is just absolutely incredible views. We've never seen anything like this before. This is the biggest flying object ever in space.
Absolutely, Kate. And it's important to note, with the ascent burn that we did was to get us to orbital velocities, even though we were on a nearly orbital trajectory.
The plasma.
So the heating and the loads that Starship is going through right now,
that's
are what
insane.
It would be getting if it were recovering.
Never have you seen footage like this.
Have used through entry. This is incredible.
Yeah. Again, this is the furthest and fastest that Starship has ever flown.
The signal's getting interrupted by the plasma.
Tell by the crowd here in Hawthorne.
The heat shield tiles doing their work. We talked about it earlier.
Now it doesn't look
up to
like
2,600 degrees Fahrenheit that those heat shield tiles are dissipating as we are re-entering.
That's insane.
Yeah, now this was one of the critical, or rather the key mission objectives that we were hoping to hit today. We have never, like I said before, this is the fastest and furthest the Starship has ever flown. So this is the first time that we're getting to collect this re-entry data.
Now we're starting to slow down.
These 18,000 hexagonal heat shield tiles are working together.
All right,
to
this is the
protect
fun part.
belly of Starship
It's
as
gone
it
through a lot of
re-enters the
heating,
Earth's
but now it's
atmosphere.
gotta
once again,
slow itself down
the
from
atmosphere is doing
26,000
us a
kilometers
favor.
an hour.
The atmosphere is actually doing us a huge favor here by acting as a braking system for Starship as it re-enters the atmosphere.
And that's part of the reason why the flaps are so important. We're using the body of
It's
Starship
trying
and the
to hang
drag
in there.
from the atmosphere to slow us down from orbital speed.
It's
but
100%
you want
the
vehicle
plasma
to
that's
remain
doing that.
Stable. You want those heat shield tiles pointed down. So they can absorb the heat of the Earth's atmosphere. And so that's the purpose that they are serving during the hypersonic phase and then again during the subsonic phase.
Absolutely. So like we said, these views are being provided by a couple Starlink terminals that are positioned on Starship itself.
If that telemetry is to be believed, then it just flipped over.
Bring these views back to you, but you can see the telemetry there on the right-hand side of your screen. If you watch closely, you can see the speed decelerating. Again, that's the friction of the atmosphere resulting in this plasma field. Or excuse me,
it's hard to know because they put a 2D model on a 3D rocket, so I'm not really sure exactly which way it's.
But right now, for those of you that have recently joined, Starship is currently re-entering Earth's atmosphere. This is super exciting because it's the furthest and fastest that Starship has ever flown.
That's insane.
It's just absolutely incredible. Major test milestone, something we wanted to accomplish on Flight 2, getting to it today. So just awesome.
Now, we actually have some heat shields here. So these are what's doing all the work on Starship right now. There are 18,000 hexagonal heat shields like these. So this one that I have is flat, like this is what would be positioned on the flaps of Starship, whereas Shiva has something a little different.
Yeah, the one I have would be on the curved surfaces of Starship. I'll just put it in frame here. So we've got these attached at various points around the vehicle. Like you said, Kate, 18,000 of these tiles around, and they're doing the work to make sure that the structure of the vehicle doesn't carry all that thermal load. So we can recover the vehicles eventually and get to rapid reuse.
Now
they're really lightweight.
there is an LOS.
They sound a little different than I would have expected them to, but they are ceramic. And these are what's helping Starship
probably in a blackout
survive
period?
through this period of entry. We're not sure how far we're going to make it. Again,
Either
this is
that
the furthest
or
that we've
it's
gotten in
torn
our
up.
test flight. But the further we fly, the more data that we can get, and that's ultimately the measure of success here. Which I mean, I think today has been a huge success given where we've gone and how much further we've gotten with both the booster and Starship itself.
And one of the beautiful things about Starlink on board the vehicle, we were getting that high-speed video. High-speed video is a very high data rate, and usually video comes after you get your telemetry. So hopefully we were able to get some wonderful data throughout the entry period, which is normally something we have to wait for until after splashdown when we get that data off the data recorders.
Yeah. Now, you mentioned before the flaps, again, that the flaps are protected by the flat heat shields like I have. There are 4 of those positioned on Starship, 2 at the forward end or the top end, and 2 at the bottom or aft end. And they operate independently to aerodynamically control the vehicle's attitude or positioning during atmospheric flight and enable precise landing at the intended location. So today we are intending to splash down in the Indian Ocean. And we're hoping that
the only way we'll really know is by letting time pass.
Regardless, it is an exciting end to what has been an exciting day.
Absolutely. And I mean, we've had some tests in the past. We had suborbital campaigns where we have tested out the aerodynamic flaps at subsonic speeds. So that's below the speed of sound. At hypersonic speeds, well, supersonic speeds first, so faster than the speed of sound.
I wonder what that was coming off the ship.
So that's more than 5 times the speed
My
of sound.
guess is probably heat tiles?
The equations of motion change, how the vehicle
But
responds
it seems
changes.
pretty violent.
So going through that control phase where we're going from faster than the speed of sound to below the speed of sound was one of the objectives today.
Yeah. And that's actually a great point because we are expecting that entry subsonic period to occur around T plus 1 hour and 3.5 minutes. So we're not there yet. We're about 10 minutes away from that point. So again, that is when Starship would be traveling slower than the speed of sound thanks to the atmospheric braking system.
And so right now we're still waiting to see if we're going to get data back from this ship. We might be in a bit of a blackout period right now. So still waiting to hear the status on it. But yeah, we got to the actual entry portion of today. We started into peak heating, which was just a really big milestone. Starship is pretty unique in the way that it re-enters, especially for something reusable. The closest parallel has been the space shuttle. When we're comparing Starship to like when we bring a Falcon 9 booster back, we're talking about 20 times the energy given the velocity that we're moving at, and all of that energy just gets converted into heat, and then we need to use those tiles to just help dissipate that heat. They're not ablative like you would see on something like Dragon, which uses an ablative in the capsule shape. So they are these tiles that are made to be reusable. So any data we're getting on the actual temperatures it was seeing during heating, all of that is just really hugely valuable. Where Starship is really unique is, and Kate and Shiva have talked about it a couple of times, is once we're through this kind of hypersonic section and we get down to the subsonic. And that's where we really learned a lot and proved that Starship
will be
really
transonic,
just its basic shape
supposedly.
could work. And we did that during the suborbital campaign.
In about
again, if you compare it to the shuttle, which entered, it had the wings. It had a similar heat shield system, but it had wings, and then was almost flown like a glider once it re-entered and was down to those subsonic speeds. With Starship, we're not doing that. We're just coming straight down. We'll hit terminal velocity, which with Starship is around 200 miles an hour. And then we use a flip maneuver to ignite those engines, do a landing burn, and then touch down on the ground. So you don't need a runway. We're doing that, again, designed because when we go to the moon, when we go to Mars, there's not going to be a runway there for us. And so
I thought that was like actual camera footage for a second.
Really
I was like, yo!
This is an animation of pretty much what we were just watching on actual Starship video, which is pretty incredible. But we go through peak heating. One of the benefits of today's trajectory, actually, we got closer to what the heating profile will be on just a normal mission when you compare it to our previous flights, which were headed out to Hawaii. So we go through peak heating, and then we hit subsonic, and then Starship splashes down in the ocean. Again, we're not doing a landing burn on this flight, and we're not expecting Starship to survive the impact. We're not going to be recovering any of the hardware. For now, though, we are just still waiting to see if we're going to get some signal back. We're currently at a loss of signal with Starship. Don't know for sure what its status is, and so we're just continuing to listen in. But it was pretty incredible seeing the flaps really do their thing to maneuver the vehicle as it's moving through hypersonic.
I don't remember how long the shuttle's
one of the big
period
trade-offs
was.
between something like Shuttle
really
and Starship is wings can be pretty heavy. And so if we can really demonstrate that Starship's controllable through that hypersonic regime when you're coming through the atmosphere, 25 times the speed of sound, you can save a whole lot of weight by not having
There's
really
a
big
chance
wings. So
it probably burned
super
up.
valuable to get this data. Super valuable
over the
to
Dan,
then figure out what we're gonna do on our next test flights.
Dan, you'd brought up a really interesting point too, that for on shuttle, you are gliding in, going back to a runway. On Starship, because we're landing vertically, we are basically coming down, and then we've seen this during the suborbital campaign. We're not going to see it today, but during the suborbital campaign, we did the flip maneuver and then light our engines for a landing burn. And that's also really important for some of our other terrestrial destinations, that we don't have as much of an atmosphere on Mars. There is pretty much no atmosphere. There's some great views from our previous test campaigns of a landing burn and upright landing. But on the moon, there is no atmosphere. On Mars, the atmosphere is extremely thin, so you actually need some other sophisticated techniques that other landers have used to land there. And so this vertical landing technique is really important to landing on destinations like those, which is ultimately where we're trying to go.
Yeah, absolutely. So we hope to demonstrate that
it's a lot,
landing
don't get me
in
wrong,
future
but it's
missions, that wasn't one of our objectives for today. We wanted the ship to focus on opening and closing, the first demonstration of opening and closing the PES door, which is where we will deploy Starlink satellites from in the future, as well as a gathering data on how the heat shield tiles performed during the entry period. And so far, all of that has gone really well. So
I mean, it looked
overall, it's been pretty great, and it's great to see how those initial tests that we performed a couple years ago for those high altitude tests allow us to see what those will look like in the future. But this piece that we're doing today of, okay, if we are coming back from orbital velocity and we're going through that entry period, that is the missing piece, right? We already figured out how to land once the ship gets to a certain velocity or altitude, and it's really this piece that we were trying to figure out today. How do we get Starship to survive orbital velocity atmospheric entry? And we hope to find out soon.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about rapid iteration and how we do design. Part of our philosophy is testing early and often, and trying to test in a way that is as flight-like as possible. But there's only so much you can do in a chamber where you're trying to simulate the atmosphere in a laboratory. So there's nothing quite like when the heat shield tile hits the atmosphere in flight to gather that wonderful data and prove out some of the analyses, and probably teach us a bunch of things that we didn't quite get right.
For sure. And obviously, for those of you that have been watching along with us, those were incredible views to see of that entry period where we saw the heat generating because of friction as the belly of Starship was making contact with the Earth's atmosphere, and that resulted in some plasma. So as Dan said before, we believe that we're in a bit of a blackout period at the moment. We are expecting the vehicle, if it's still alive, we would be expecting the vehicle to be approaching subsonic or slower than the speed of sound speeds in 3.5 minutes from now. So if it's still up there in one piece, it still has a way to go. We're not there just yet. But we saw that plasma field building up around the exterior, which can blanket the entire vehicle, as it does with all of our Dragon missions. And we're at a loss for telemetry at that point in time. So
Dan's seen a lot of those with Dragon missions that he's supported.
They didn't really do a relight, so it's a little bit slower than what it was.
And we are hearing through some of the telemetry that we did. It did look like we lost Starlink and our TDRS data flow at the exact same time. Now, if both of those signals are cutting out at the exact same time, that could mean we lost the ship. It has been several minutes since we've gotten any data from Starship. We are waiting just a couple more minutes just to see if we can get any additional confirmation, but that is one data point that we're tracking, and that could indicate that we had a loss or a breakup of the ship during that re-entry. So might not make it all the way to splashdown today, but we were able to get through the early phases of re-entry, hit some of that peak heating, which was just really incredible to see a Starship coming back from space after getting all those views from space for the very first time.
Pretty on par
so we'll just keep on listening in on the loops here, see if we hear anything over the next couple of minutes. and that might bring a close to a pretty successful day so far.
Should splash down in about 3 minutes.
Again, we did lose the TDRS. That's the tracking and data relay satellite. That's the satellite system that pretty much every spacecraft operating in orbit right now will use to get data. We were able to get some signal through that, and then we were also getting data back through Starlink.
He's got the thinking, so that's the
live view here of mission control down at Starbase. So these are all the folks who are experts on the various different systems, taking a look at the live data that we did have. Probably in mission mode still,
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
It would be so tough to stay focused with what an exciting day we've had today.
Yeah, to quote Monty Python, I'm not dead yet. We don't know, as Dan said. We did lose connection with TDRS, which is the tracking and data relay satellite system, and Starlink at the same time. So it is a realistic possibility that we lost Starship, which honestly was always on the table. We didn't know how far it was going to get. The further we could fly and the more data we could collect was always the biggest win. And so regardless of, if we did lose the vehicle and we are not able to make it all the way to our intended splashdown, note that we weren't intending to recover this vehicle, either vehicle, the Super Heavy booster nor the Starship. We weren't intending to recover either of them. They were both going to basically hit at terminal velocity and break up upon contact with the surface of the ocean. So we're standing by to hear whether or not we are going to be able to get telemetry readings back, but we are possibly anticipating news that we lost Starship due to basically a double blackout from TDRS and Starship data at the same time.
But this is, it's worth mentioning, this is the first time that we have come back at these speeds in any of the test flights that we've done so far with Starship. So we are trying to prove out that the heat shield works as intended, that the controllability at those hypersonic speeds works as intended. So if we were able to get back any data on that, that means the next version, what happens on flight 4, 5, 6, is going to be better.
We must be able to get some because we saw incredibly gorgeous high definition views of that entry period whenever it was initially starting. So we must have gotten some data
today
there.
Has been otherwise a phenomenal day.
Incredible.
Liftoff on time, full ignition of all of the boosters, engines, successful hot staging, and then ship took it from there.
Yeah, absolutely. We were able to see the ship actually make it further as well as the booster. We were hoping that the booster would perform a soft water landing, but we lost it during just before it was able to ignite the landing burn. But the ship continued on. We saw all six Raptor engines
Starship.
on the ship ignite and then shut down for second engine cutoff, and we saw some amazing views as well. And it's just been
I'm waiting for like a final
certainly a day
confirmation.
that I will be taking many screenshots and using them as my computer desktop background for, well, until the next Starship launch.
I hope they
we get even better views, I'm sure.
Exactly.
And we also hit a number of our other ambitious test objectives. We had a chance to at least initiate the commands for a propellant transfer
If I had to
demo
guess, they
within
lost
the
it.
vehicle. This is something that Starship's going to have to do in the future, and these sort of transfers haven't been done at this scale before, so that's a first as well. We also were able to demonstrate that the payload door
and we got to see that, and so those commands were sent. Again, data review to come and make sure that everything performed as expected, but that's going to be critical to deploying payloads in the future once Starship becomes operational. So a number of test objectives hit, much more accomplished than Flight 2, and making steady progress towards a fully, rapidly reusable, reliable Starship. Absolutely.
And hey, Kate, and hey, Shiva, we were just hearing on the loops, we are making the call now that we have lost Ship 28.
There it
so,
is.
As we were possibly expecting, we lost the data a couple of minutes ago. We haven't heard from the ship up until this point, and so the team had
so that's it. So 1 hour 6 minutes. And cut the clock. All right, so that's LOS of Starship. Did burn up on re-entry, but oh my lord, those views were awesome. Okay, well, I have to call the stream here. if you want extra good footage, there's NASA Space Flight, Everyday Astronaut, What About It? Those are some of the streams I was cycling through earlier. Check the Twitter. I'm sure there's a bunch of good photos of footage of this now. But huge congrats to the teams. That was awesome. So, I've been your host, Nate, and I'm now in a rush to go. So, thanks for watching. I should be uploading this footage probably within the day or two. So, yeah. I will see you guys for the next one. Bye-bye.